Hello, all of you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Lost in Chaos Scar, Season 3, Episode 23, Hoopa Day. This is one of our Pokemon Tabletop RPG campaigns being run with our custom Scar system, or Stories and Creatures in Alternate Realities. This system is available for open playtest on our Discord as well as on itch.io, so go take a look at it and let us know your thoughts. For now, though, we will begin with introductions, beginning with Anja.
Hello and good day, everyone. I will be your storyteller for this evening, Anja Lumareus. I play the allies, I play the enemies, and I orchestrate all manner of events that will be following our players today, starting with, well, hold on, is Rex among us?
No.
Nope.
Ah, that's right. Alright, who's down the line then?
Me.
Alright, go Raharu.
Hello, everybody. I'm Raharu, and I'll be playing Kaza, the solar water type Sobol. And looking forward to see what's going to happen today. On to you, Rob.
Hello, I am ArchineerRob. I shall be playing Scruff, the ground ice type Swineup. On to the Zoom.
I am Razim, and I am playing as Squirrel, the dragon fighting type Riolu, embodiment of ADHD and all that stuff. Off to Vane.
Hello, I am Taldiers, and I'll be playing Vane, the dark flying type Murkrow, and off to our guest star.
Yes, hello, I am Viv. I play Nerashi the Viper from, Not Lost in Chaos. If you don't know where I'm from, skill issue. Do check it out, though. I am a
Refuses
Viper.
to give name, says to check it out, refuses to elaborate.
Correct.
Hey, Ido.
Well, anyways, it's Wild Traditions on Fridays.
Yeah, it is Wild Traditions.
Well,
Nerashi is a nature poison type, but that doesn't really apply here, now does it?
No, it doesn't.
I guess. So I guess technically here she would be what, grass poison?
Probably.
Yes. Yeah.
Interestingly
That'd probably be the
typed
closest
Viper.
analog. Yeah, interestingly typed Viper.
Could be
Yes.
bug poison.
No, she is not an insect.
We did kind of combine grass and bug into nature.
She'd probably be more grass than nature.
Yeah.
Grass and bug, but yeah, makes sense.
But anyways,
Yeah, grass and bug.
recap. Well, go for it, Raharu.
Okay. What? Can you remind me where the session started off? Then I can take it from there.
It started off with the end of the fence part, and then talking about additional things, the Rallis situation of him
Okay.
trying to
Okay.
skip out on an hour, all that.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, the session started with the party doing community service, finishing up their latest theme, which was about defense, and passing Kaza, where join in with them, and we're basically just hanging out as the others did community service just to check how things were. And Radus came in late and wasn't really doing his community service properly. And it turns out that Radus feels kind of embarrassed to even attempt to do community service around the place. What is the name of the town again?
Hamoa.
Around Hamoa, because he kind of just left Hamoa in search of trying to do something grandiose, like his father kind of put stories of his many journeys he has, and Radus said, "I want to try and do that," and I guess perhaps he doesn't really have anything that he can brag about to in the place. So when he come to trying to do the community service, the first thing that he went to do was go to his mother, Amari, to basically get some sort of guidance in that regard. Paz kind of went ahead and went with Ralus for a bit to try and make sure that he actually does this correctly at Kaza's behest. Meanwhile, Pyroclast, Edge, Squirrel, Chomper, and Kaza went ahead and began the patrol that goes around Hamoa. It's usually something that is done with few people, but they decided to just do it pretty much together. And whatchamacallit, the trip went pretty uneventfully until something eventful happened. I believe it was Jumper that noticed this, but he basically heard some footsteps approaching them. Rather, he could hear a certain amount of footsteps that didn't add up, and he was a bit scatterbrained and didn't realize what was happening. But he was still kind of wary of something being wrong, and whatever was wrong ended up occurring soon after, as the group got attacked by a Thai rogue wielding a knife, who we have kind of been building up to meeting this character at some point, since he is likely the partner of the male Kangaskhan kid that Vane and ended up interrogating in the previous session. And the fight kind of started off to a bad start, because the guy ended up trying to attack Kaza, and Kaza kind of went into a fight mode, but he was more in the flight position and tried teleporting away, but he couldn't. So he kind of just wasted his turn at that point, and he kind of got into he just kind of got paralyzed at the thought of not being able to run away, and after the pyro basically pierced through his armor dress. So the fight began, and the Tyrog ended up he was trying to basically monologue away at the party. He was secretly buffing himself while talking, but he was discovered in the act that he wasn't able to do it fully, and then the fight began properly. And Squirrel fought. Chomper was basically just trying to play support and just trying to get Kaza away from the place, but not making too much progress. And Pyro and Edge were supporting Squirrel when he fought. And the first round kind of went well, but then in the second round, the Tyrog ended up reaching to stab Pyroclast, and he was almost one shot. If I remember correctly, Pyroclast was basically one hit away from being knocked unconscious or being put down to 0. And that was just with a single knife strike. And apparently half of the effect wasn't working, because the thing is considered normal type, and Pyro was ghost at that moment. But Pyro was basically out of the fight for that. But the fight kind of ended soon after, because even though the Tyro wasn't like completely done, it was clear that he wasn't in an advantageous position like he was hoping he would be. And he seems to be a bit of a coward by nature, so he just decided to try and get people to just let him go, especially after Squirrel did a Fury move against him that very handily destroyed his armor. He he did ended up convincing the people, the party to let him go. Mostly Chomper's request. She just wanted the thing to be over with and to not let more bloodshed to be had. Before the Tyro could run away completely, though, Paz just showed up in like the tail end of the fight and just shot him in the head. It wasn't enough to knock him out, but he did deal quite a sizable amount of damage to him before the guy just picked himself back up and started booking it. He probably thought that Chomper shot him instead, since he didn't saw Paz. Soon after that, Bane and Sigmund ended up appearing because Bane kind of pieced together that the Taro was around this area and that he was likely targeting Kaza because he had ties to Cresselia. And so after the situation was explained to him and we made sure that Kaza and Pyro were stable, Payne handed his goggles to the unconscious Kaza and ended up trying to follow the running away Tyrogue. Sigmund ended up telepathically talking to Squirrel, and actually ended up showing him directions of where the Tyrogue is going, for him to like have some sort of messed up bonding moment with Bane, because Squirrel was under Dragon Rage at that moment because of all the taunting that the Tyrogue was doing and all the harm that he did to Pyro. And Squirrel actually ended up accepting that offer, and both Bane and Squirrel ended up chasing the Tyrogue, and they ended up catching up to him. Chomper was trying to make them stop, but he was not listened to. And Chomper was kind of desponding at the situation, and Paz ended up telling him that if he wants to try and stop them, that he better go and try to catch up to them, because the more he's talking, the less time he has to do something about it. And Chomper ended up going to Amari to try it to get himself a teleport to the situation. That was the only way that he thought that he could possibly catch up to them before they got to the Tyrogue. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be, so as Squirrel and Bane ended up catching up to him much sooner, and basically ended up torturing the dude. And Squirrel ended up chopping off his arm because he was very interested in the dude's dagger, but at the same time, Squirrel could kind of tell that the dagger was some sort of curse, because when the Tyro was basically asked to just drop the dagger, he couldn't physically put it down. It was basically glued to his hand. And well, the two of them beat up the Tyro for a while, cut off his arms, and just put him in a very bad state. And before getting knocked out, he said something like, "Give me back my dreams," which I'm pretty sure was some sort of call out to Cresselia before just going unconscious.
Oh, it's because Vane basically did like, you know, an energy rip out of the guy in order to practice that, and took the astral energy right out of him.
And
so he kind of like took the connection.
Must have been a pretty flimsy connection if he could just be ripped out like that. Makes sense, I guess. And unfortunately, Chomper and Amari ended up getting there at the aftermath of the fight, which was very of the scene, which was very distressing for the both of them. afterwards, we just kind of settled to go back to the Hamoa Guild Hall to basically just do stuff for the after this whole thing happened. The Taro got put in a jail cell, I believe. Squirrel went ahead to wash himself after the entire fight, and Vane went to ask Kaza to ask him to teach him how to sew because he wants to make something with Kaza in mind. And Paz ended up trying to cheer up the very distressed Chomper, who talked with both Squirrel and Vane about the way that he was feeling about this whole situation. He was still very sad, but at least glad that they didn't end up killing the dude. And Paz just ended up apologizing to Chomper for basically gambling that he might get to the situation before Bane and Scroll end up doing the thing, but it didn't happen that way. And I do believe that was pretty much it. Do tell me if I missed anything.
Well, I do want to point out they did not cut off his arms. They only cut off one hand.
Okay, one hand. Sorry.
Yeah, the hand that the knife was attached to,
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
which it then immediately unattached.
Yeah, I thought it was the whole arm, but no, yeah, fair enough.
No,
Also,
it was just the hand.
yeah, and also one more thing, from the cut that Kaza got from the Tyrog, apparently black stuff was coming out of it, but the wound also just kind of healed himself very quickly, not leaving any sort of scar tissue or anything. And for some moments, Kaza's skin was getting darker, which was we kind of surmised that this was Noah's influence, since we were basically warned that Kaza shouldn't be getting into any sort of very stressful situations, and unfortunately this was an inevitable, and then this one was just any inevitability.
Inevitable.
Yeah. And yeah, I think that's it.
Oh yeah, there was a bounty. Though, I don't know if we actually picked it up yet.
We haven't yet. It's gonna get split between the teams.
Well, alright, off to you, Enja.
Very well then. So, while all this was happening, Scruff was doing something else. Back in Domovoy, I do believe.
Yes.
Yeah. Scruff was running around setting up a party and doing all sorts of wholesome goodness whilst all this terrible happenings are happening somewhere else.
Yes, he was.
So the first point is venue. Do we have it? Do we have a venue? Do we have a location or a room? Are we hijacking one of the guild's meeting rooms?
We do have a venue. It was the I believe everything was getting set up in the rage room and a adjacent room. The rage room for the game of Ricochet, and then an adjacent room for the actual like party stuff, so it doesn't get destroyed.
Yes.
Oh.
basically a meeting room and a rage room that is, well, things in here can be destroyed. Don't worry about it.
All right, Scruff will be in the meeting room first to make sure. Tables. Are there chairs? Tables, possibly chairs, possibly cushions. I don't know what Pokemon sit on in this world. Make sure the food and the drinks and the special drinks are around and ready. And he's just going to be shuffling around, moving things. Sorry, just the mental image of if someone sticks their head in the room, just watching a chair slowly scraping across the floor by itself, and then looking down, and there's just a tiny Swiner pushing it with his head. And that goes there.
Because Scruff, because Scruff is not doing it with his shadow claws.
Scruff wants precision.
Fair.
And who's to say he's not moving stuff with Shadow Claw? Just currently he's using his head on this. His Shadow Claws are doing things on the table, and he cannot reach the table without them. Did he?
Yep. What's up?
That was a noise.
Yes,
Anyway.
I'm just considering things and passively delighting myself. I'm just
Nothing worrying here, officer.
Now, why would you ever say that? Why would you ever say that to good old me?
For anyone on the stream who did not catch that, there was a pause and then a very quiet hee hee from Digi.
Yes.
Not concerning in the slightest.
Enja, please stay out of my tiny lettuce stash. I need that for
No,
other purposes.
I can't promise that I am not a Fey entity. I can't.
You cannot promise.
Scruff will be shifting things around for the party, enough seating, and probably nabbing a couple more chairs just in case people show up. Because there's only thing more awkward than having well, there's quite a few things more awkward than it, but there's it's quite awkward when people show up to a party and there's no chairs left. So he's just gonna have like a stack of chairs in the corner just in case. The canteen wonders where some of its seating has gone. What are party preparations? Venue, seating, food. The drinks can the drinks could be moved in. Yeah. Is anyone else here doing it with the Scruff, or is it just the character played by someone who has never set up a party before in their life?
I mean, the kitchen staff is coming to provide the actual food.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you're literally the only person there in the party.
I guess
I mean,
the guildmaster might show up.
Tyranio does come to visit now and then, and he brings things that he thinks is fun. Though there is a pair that follows him.
Oh.
Yes, or rather more, they're peering into the room that the kitchen staff is bringing in a lot of prepared dishes.
Oh.
It is a drillbur and a squavet.
Oh. Isn't that the fellow who delivered a letter? Or was it some kind of letter?
One of them is recognizable as the team that brought the sword.
Oh, that, yes, the sword. Posty mission, yeah. Then I imagine they're the ones that peer into the room and see Shadowclaw's moving things on the table, and then just like a chair slowly going across the floor.
Completely plausible.
The chair stops. Oh, hello. Can I help
Well,
you?
howdy. The drillbur is the first to speak very eagerly. What's going on over here?
Oh, we're setting up for a party. Rank up party.
Oh. Congratulations. You did it.
Hey, we did it. Hey, so Weeby. Well, I say Weeby. I'm not sure where everyone else is at the moment. But I be setting stuff up.
So, how's it going?
It's going well. I think it's going well. I've not done this before though, so I think it's going well. Scruff is looking as if that question had not occurred to him at all in the slightest, and now he's questioning things. Is this how it's done?
You want some help?
Oh yes, please, if you wouldn't mind.
Alrighty. We've been to some parties before. As they're going to go around and like start asking questions of, all right, so who's all the people that's actually expected to be here? Because then you can probably assign seats by different sizes of chairs, or how tall the chair is, or just not having a chair but a plate at the table.
Well, we've got, from what I know, we've got our team, Team Chaos. That's Chomper, Hazelweed, Vane, Kaza, and myself. And we've got Team... Was it Team Darklight? Out of character. Is it Team Darklight? Is
Out of
Pyro
character,
and
yes.
Squirrel? Yeah. Okay. Then we've got Team Darklight. That'd be Squirrel and Pyro. And we've got Team Arleon showing up at some point. Scruff looks over to a point at the table as it's like, oh, you could do without that chair for Ferion.
You can
Scruff
probably
have been
just set a
counting
cushion on the
numbers.
ground. You can probably just set a cushion.
Probably a cushion on the ceiling too, so you don't bonk his noggin.
Ooh, tall guy.
He be an alpha Arcanine, so he quite big. So him and then Tessa. Viper Lass. And Gralis, and the fellow with the horn on his head.
The Branchmaster?
No, well, I believe he's showed up as well. The very jovial, has a staff he's very proud of. I think. And then mayhaps a couple of others, I'm not sure. We thought I'd leave some chairs in the corner just in case more people showed up.
I don't know if that's completely necessary, but it might be good manners. So then, where would you like to be seated? Got to think about yourself too.
What do you mean? Well, I mean, I'm quite small, so I tend to just like sit in a corner at the table. Scruff demonstrates he is, in fact, slightly smaller than a dinner plate.
I
Demonstrates his smallness.
bet you've still got a lot to show though.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
What I was saying was, I bet that you're still gonna put on a pretty impressive showing at the party.
Well, hopefully. It do be somewhat of a big moment for us.
So, with that being the case, what do you think you're missing, if you're missing anything? And if you're not missing anything, what else do you think you can add?
Well, possibly some like small activities, but perhaps something to commemorate it with. I wonder what they'd like. I don't know. Different, small activities maybe to keep everyone like interested, because I'm not sure our groups can all just stand around and talk for a bit.
Then, with that being the case, what about some games that don't require tools or something? Or stories? Stories are fun.
Stories do be fun. I'm sure we could get the branch manager or Team Harley on to tell us some fun stories.
Probably.
I'm not sure our team again can provide much in the way of stories. Don't remember a whole lot. But it might be fun to find out.
Can we come to the party too?
Well, yeah, you're helping up and you're helping me set up, so I don't see why not.
Nice. Oh, I should probably introduce myself. And we're Team Snack Attack. It's just us. The squavid waves. Its mouth seems full.
Wait, what do you mean its mouth seems full?
Well, I mean, the team name is Team Snack Attack. You could probably just assume it's been eating.
Fair.
I would be very surprised if Team Snack Attack was not actively snacking.
It's got a full
Also, the
wave
knock of doom.
It's got a full wave. Oh yeah, it's got a full wait until it will delay for no particular reason until a time when there might be a response. It sounds like the digits there. It's got a full pause and then wave with 2 shadow claws at both of them. But Nick,
Dougie waves back. The squavit hops and waves its hands much more emphatically.
are they all right?
Oh no, they're just excitable, and I think they accidentally realized that they might be being a bit rude. So they're trying to double down on the saying hello without actually saying it.
That's all right. I don't tend to stand on formality. Oh, I be Scruff, member of Team Chaos.
And I'm Dougie. And that is Dalton.
It's nice to meet you, Dougie and Dalton. Well, wait, your team name sounds familiar, though. I'm not sure why.
Well, I did see you guys once upon a time when I was asked to deliver a sword to y'all by a big, tall, and wide guy.
Oh, yeah, him. There were quite a few things going on around that time. Scruff says as if that wasn't just the other day.
Dalton, what are you eating? The squavit hurries with its chewing. Before finally swallowing. Bananas. I'm eating bananas. How many bananas? 11. Checks out.
What's a banana?
They pause and stare at you. Dalton, we got more bananas. We got 3. Take out the bananas.
Bananas are from tropical climes. I miss.
I would honestly be more confused if the mountain man of Scruff, former mountain man of Scruff, knew what a banana was.
Scruff is going to continue to spend this campaign going, what is that thing?
What is that thing?
Unsurprising. But Dalton will produce 3 yellow objects before grabbing the stem and peeling off an outer layer to reveal white fruit.
That don't look like fruit.
Oh, but it is. It's soft. Fruit comes in all kinds of colors, actually. Here, try it. I mean, you can technically eat the peel, but it's not really great unless you prepare it right. And most don't know how to do that, and the ones that do, it's just kind of, passable. This is the part that everyone likes.
Scruff is going to squint at it suspiciously and give a snuffle.
Smells a little sweet.
Nom.
Scruff is taking his first bite of bananas. So go on. They will offer him the rest of the banana.
Quietly.
Wait. There's probably a whole set of food you don't know about.
Scruff tilts, head tilt.
Dalton nods as if understanding. Bring it out. and then they are going to reach into Dougie's bag and produce a notebook as if it were a holy tome. Here it is. the entire personal quest of Team Snack Attack, a food lexicon, or whatever you call it. We just call it our gourmet journal.
Ooh.
But that's also a little pretension. So it's just a snack book.
Snack book.
And someday we're gonna fill it out completely, and then we're gonna need a volume 2. There's so much food. Yeah, this book probably ain't gonna be big enough.
Scruff glances, looks over the book, just appreciating the dedication.
They have to have one thing they're passionate about, and it seems that it's food, unsurprisingly.
Hooray.
No.
Never would have guessed from that team name.
Never would have guessed from Team Snack Attack.
But they are going to offer it to Scruff.
Let's bring this up to the table. We don't want it sitting on the floor.
Alright, we'll leave this for party fun, but there's so much food out there that you wouldn't believe. Ever had a coconut before?
I've seen Chomper eat chestnuts before. Is it a nut like that?
Not completely wrong. You do gotta crack it open. How about a hog plum?
A
Custard apple? Starfruit? Mango?
apples are those like little hard bitter things, aren't they?
Oh, you got a lot to learn. We'll be happy to show you so many food. I bet you'd like a pineapple. We got any pineapple? No. Starfruit? I finished that today. Ah, dang it.
Pine is a I know pines. Pines are trees.
Yeah, but this is a pineapple.
The sap is alright. Sap is useful. Wait, apples from pine trees.
You're in for a real
More like
surprise.
spiky.
You're in for...
Scruff is looking increasingly bewildered by the second. They're just listing off all this tropical food, and it's like, I live on a small frozen mountain. What are all these things?
I bet you're gonna love smoothies.
Hang on, I think I've heard of those. Those are you blend a bunch of ingredients together and you drink it, right?
Wait, I know something that's probably gonna hit close to home. She's gonna turn it towards Dalton. I have lied to you. I kept some of the jerky to myself. He is going to gasp as if betrayed. Because I know you'd eat my share too if we put it in the team bag. He's not going to deny the allegation. But I did want to save it. Because sometimes some trips are longer. And I want something salty. As he's going to pull out meat root jerky. Ooh, it smells smoked. It smells.
Ooh. Scruff gives it a snuffle. And then his eyes just go big. Like small child has been like has been offered the thing that they love the most. Just
maximum affinity.
I know this.
Here, try it. Shall Scruff partake of the smoked meat?
Scruff shall partake of the smoked meat, thank you. He takes the smallest snippet and then is just happily chewing it.
Marvelous.
And chewing it, and chewing it, and chewing it.
It's good meat. It's good.
Come now, Mountain Man knows how to make good jerky last.
It's actually spiced a little bit.
He's going to be chewing this for a while. He just looks happy.
They're going to nod at each other. Food well delivered.
This also doesn't mean that he's going to be stopped from talking, because he can put it into one side of his mouth and then keep speaking.
Now, I know one more thing that this party's gonna need. Well, a few more things actually. I'm going to ask for a pod pie.
A pod pie?
A pot pie.
Okay, excuse
you'll
me
like
while
it.
I go get some food.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it's Team Snack Attack.
I've been considering ordering a pizza.
Cackles
entire time
in,
this has been going on.
My food. I've had
I
my
had-
food in front of me this entire time. I was prepared.
I had pizza earlier, and I have a snack right now with me.
Yeah.
I have some snacks, but it's like, food.
We have
pot pie.
we have been handily snack attacked.
Yeah, this is
You've
indeed
been-
snack attack.
You've been snack attacked. They just do this.
Prove.
So, with this being said, they would happily continue to help set up and talk about all manner of foods out in the wild world.
And Scruff will contemplate and then share a few of his scarce memories with them, because I do distinctly remember Scruff remembering how he used to bake bread.
He did do that and tried to balance the fruit and nut ratio.
The fruit and the nut ratio, and blending it with certain types of sap that would keep it like warm and moist, even when stored normally in a bag.
On a side note, glancing at their badge, they're silver rank.
That's lovely.
But yes, they can advise a few things, such as, well, apart from setting up the table, very simple games. Truth or Dare, Hot Potato, musical chairs, and an improvised ring toss.
Scruff
But
admits
Tyranio
he's
comes and brings a few board games.
Scruff admits that he has heard of none of these aside from the ring toss. Which anyone will eventually come up with when they're bored enough, and it's the oldest game throw thing. Yes, Scruff is very happy with this additional knowledge that he has acquired. It is a new type of survival intel. How to survive in a group.
Oh boy. Yes, and don't mind Dalton having actively eaten 7 bananas before the start of this conversation, potentially all at once.
Oh, they're his bananas. Scruff's not going to begrudge a fella for that.
Bananas are pretty excellent.
Bananas are pretty good. Pretty good. Personally, would not go for that many bananas all at the same time, as it kind of would mess with my taste buds. But Scruff is just like, oh yeah, he likes them. This is his food. I approve.
Yep. And he's also got those cheek pouches that he can store all the extra that he can't really work on at the moment.
You know what Scruff's main thought on this is actually going to be?
What is?
Scruff's going to pipe up and just go, you know, I think a member of my team's going to like you guys a lot. Jumper loves food. He likes cooking food. He likes eating food.
Oh.
He might have some ideas as well. Wonder where he's gone.
Well, you're gonna see him when the party happens. You're gonna see him.
I'm just picturing the moment that Scruff is doing this, the camera pans over to Chomper racing through in out of breath, trying to get there before dread happens, and it's just back to Scruff in the party room, like, I don't know, who's having a nice time.
Talking about setting up a party table. Shall we go over to another?
I think we might go over to another.
So, let's see. I suppose we'd go over to either Paz or I believe Squirrel is away at the moment, so
Oh no,
it could
I'm
also
here.
be. Oh, hello. So who wants the scene next? I don't remember the distribution since last time, or rather, how people are spread out.
I think Squirrel's by himself. Vane is with Kaza. Paz just talked with Chomper, and Chomper went off.
Squirrel had gone and checked on Pyro, but, Pyro's okay, so he could wander off. Probably go and get the reward.
Fair enough. The turning in of the criminal. As they're probably still tallying up what he should be worth. Considering that apparently this is a bad dude. And maybe fact-checking with the information that this man might also be responsible for the magic carp. So that's multiple counts of felony.
This is a felonious man.
Felonious man. So, they would have an estimate, though. But we'll be trying to get more information out of him once he is in a state to speak. As Sigmund has said no to... Can you get this man ready? Can you get this man in a speaking state for us? Nah.
He didn't feel like it.
He can recover naturally. And he will. So, Sigmund, please. He'll be fine. Leaves.
Yeah, sounds like Sigmund.
I will help people that are worth helping. And so now they've just kind of got to wait. However, as Squirrel arrives at the guild hall and asks for the reward, they will note that would he care for the total reward to distribute, or would he like Team Darklight's approximate share?
I think I should probably only take our share and let them pick up their reward.
Well, based on based on the testimony provided, it does seem that Team Darklight did end up doing the majority of the work and took on the majority of the risks, so they will take 75% of the total bounty. If you would care to request a different ratio that is acceptable, as they will hand Squirrel 6,000 poke.
So they're saying that Darklight's getting 75%?
No. Yes. So,
Wait.
Team Chaos will be getting 2,000 poke when they come for their share.
Okay.
As they did the majority of the work in apprehending the criminal and stopping him.
So me as a player am going. I am going. I want to go fair and 50-50, but also,
Dragon typing.
Yeah, dragon typing, and also there is that consideration of, yeah, I guess Team Darklight did really do the majority of the apprehension.
Yeah, Vane came at the end and immobilized him for the capture, but Squirrel is also still in pursuit, so this is the guild's decision after consideration.
I'm going to say that Squirrel's not in mood to really argue it anyway, so he will take it and be ready to divide that up with Edge and Pyroclast.
Fair enough.
For now, I will add the 6,000. It was 6,000, right?
It was 6,000.
Alright. And I'll make a note to divvy it up with the others.
So yes, they have, after some deliberation, assigned him a bounty of 8,000. Seems a little fair, actually. Considering that he's not killed anyone that they know of, but he has harmed people and seemed to have intent to kill.
Well, thank you.
Not a problem. Good luck for the rest of your day. Though, given current circumstances, we see that you are currently undergoing some amount of community service, but given the nature of your actions, I believe you could be exempt from the rest of it, as this has been a very taxing day.
Squirrel will shake his head. No, I'm gonna go back out on and finish up the patrol. Thank you, though.
Noted. Good day to you. May the rest of your day be safer.
Squirrel will nod and head out to do just that and finish up that patrol. He wasn't hurt, so, you know.
Work.
He's just gonna go do the patrol by himself.
Alright then. Marching back into the forest to finish his patrol. This all technically counted as time. So he's probably not going to have a lot of community service time left by the time he does come back.
Hey, I think Squirrel going out on patrol again might be a good time to introduce Nerashi,
Probably, actually.
because I don't think the rest of the party is getting out of the guild hall anytime soon.
Is probably the best chance, actually, yeah.
Nerashi pops up at the same tree that the rest of us did.
I could see Graves doing that unironically, just to be a troll.
Just like,
He
well,
thought
it
it
worked
was funny.
perfectly fine the first time.
What was that, Bib?
I said it was like he probably just thought it'd be funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, the patrol was going to the tree, so that's probably where he's gonna be starting.
Oh boy.
I believe the neighbors have abducted the Enja.
Potentially, yes.
I heard a lot of borks, so that makes sense.
Alright. I am back and hope.
Did he just cut out for everybody else?
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
Yep.
He's like, I'm back. I hope.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, there he goes. Gone again.
Guess who's
I left
back?
and rejoined.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. What was the last thing you heard from us?
Squirrel is going to resume his patrol.
Do you heard the conversation about that maybe the best time to introduce Nerashi?
I have not.
Well, we were talking about Greaves being funny and showing up around the
Like
around the
plopping,
tree.
plopping Nerashi around the tree.
Ah, yes. This local chosen drop-off point, air quotes chosen.
But yeah, the joke was, well, it worked perfectly fine the first time, so
Sounds great. Squirrel, you're gonna find a new face.
Oh boy. So Nerashi is just getting portaled into next to a tree, basically.
An extremely large tree with roots above the ground, as if it was picked up and then someone tried to just kind of put it back unsuccessfully.
Oh boy. So Nerashi is looking around, very confused because this is not the woods that she is used to.
not that she should really be seeing any woods right now.
Ah, so it's just a one big tree and nothing else.
Oh no, I was saying because we aren't exactly in the woods anymore. Wild traditions. She just got yoinked from the ship.
I'm aware, but there's when I say the woods she's used to is the ones around Huntsport.
Oh yeah, no.
That's true.
So she's going
These
to
are
be
n-
like, where the hell am I? What's going on? Who do I need to stab?
Is this when Squirrel is coming up on the tree?
Yes.
Hi?
Nerashi turns and squints. Who are you?
I am Squirrel? Are you the one they sent to fix the tree?
No. Last thing I knew is I was on a ship in the water. And now I'm here. Wherever here is.
Zevran backstory moment.
So, are you another chosen?
Nerashi just looks mildly confused. What is that?
I'm a little confused by it myself, but basically it's people that were brought here and made Pokemon by the gods or something here.
Then brought here, yes. Turned into a Pokemon? No, I was born like.
Oh. Are you from somewhere else here?
Have you heard of a place called Hunsport?
Squirrel shakes his head.
Arlem's Wilds.
Shakes his head again.
Judgment.
Again, another shake of his head.
I'm not from anywhere around here then. Alright. Nerashi takes a quick look around to see if she can spot Judgment. And, obviously does not.
Obviously.
I imagine that they climb the tree and peer around.
You would not need to climb the tree to see Judgment.
Judgment
well,
is
maybe if she was trying to. Oh, go ahead.
Judgment is specifically visible from anywhere in the world, even if it's just the peak of it.
Ooh, noted.
What is Judgment?
It's in Wild Traditions. It's Arceus's tower. It's visible from literally everywhere.
Oh, it's like the Tower of Karim.
I don't know what that is, but maybe?
The Tower of Karim is Dragon Ball, just a massive tower that goes to where God resides, actually.
Ah, yes, Kami's lookout.
Yeah.
Well, then,
Yeah,
yes.
more or less.
Well,
And then Nerashi. Oh, good.
I guess I could take you back to the guild and maybe they can help you figure things out.
Something tells me they're going to have as little of a clue as I do, but well, that's better than no plan at all.
Well,
She's
go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say she's going to let out a mildly annoyed hiss, adjust her cowl, and then slither a bit closer to the squirrel. Lead the way.
Squirrel will begin leading the way back out of the forest.
Boy, your patrol has been so eventful. No wonder they do these so regularly.
Yeah.
I feel like he's the exception that proves the rule.
Quite possibly as well.
It only makes it funnier.
Very well then.
So he shows up back at the guild hall not that long after, and yeah.
Well, I mean, the tree is like the halfway point, but so it does take a while to come back. But yes,
Oh, fair enough.
my goodness. They're
Just
going
'cause
to be
I'm-
very surprised.
Just because I'm not sure you've seen Scroll yet, I've sent you some art of him, Nerashi.
Let
The
us
right one
see.
is the Riolu form that he's currently in, and then the one with the weapons there are the weapons he currently has.
Fair enough. What a strange-looking Riolu. But considering Nerashi can't even see Judgment from where she's at, for all she knows, everyone fucking has wings here. She's reserving Judgment. Hee hee.
Due to a lack of judgment.
Exactly. This is, as a player, this is even funnier because usually I'm at work at this time, so I've never actually been able to watch this particular game.
Ah, nice.
So I don't even have meta knowledge to understand what's going on.
Hey, that's perfectly fine.
Yes,
Check out.
it just honestly just makes it more entertaining from my perspective.
Fair enough.
So yeah, Scroll's leading the way to a small town, and then to a, I think it's a small town anyways.
It is
Yeah.
a village sort.
Yeah. It's more just notable because it existed before a dungeon existed here.
And Squirrel doesn't really say much on the way back, just kind of leading the way, and goes to the guild hall, up to the receptionist. So I found this person at the tree. They don't seem to be from around here. I think they might be another chosen.
They're going to be a little surprised, but nod and ask Nerashi if they're experiencing any sort of memory loss.
Nope.
So you're generally aware of everything that happened before this point.
Nerashi nods.
Well, that is rare. You might be a transient then. Do you have any idea how you got here?
Out of character, did Greaves give her any warning whatsoever?
Not usually.
Unlikely.
She literally just...
Especially
Pick
not for
up,
this world.
drop
Greaves is
down.
very aggro in this world.
What are you saying, Zim?
He literally just picks you up and drops you off.
Did I even like notice him show up, or was it just 1 second there, next second here?
1 second there, next second here.
Nerashi goes. Last thing I know, before I ended up here, I was on a crashed airship in the ocean.
A crashed airship.
And pirates had
Yes.
just showed up.
And a cannonball had been fired at us by pirates. So you know.
Did it hit you?
No. It missed,
Okay.
I believe.
They did briefly consider isekai.
No, Arceus does not hate Nerashi that much.
Besides, this would mean she's away from Nova.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the only reason she's like, you know, kind of just like, this is okay. Probably. Mildly.
Fascinating.
She mentioned a place called, it was Hun's Port and something Wilds and Judgment.
Yeah, I resided in the town of Hunsport. The general area that was around there was known as Arlem's Wilds. And there's a giant tower where Arceus used to reside, or probably still resides. She squints suspiciously at her own words. And then and that was called Judgment, and it's visible from literally everywhere.
Oh. No, we do not have such a location.
I kind of figured when I looked around and didn't see it.
Arceus remains exclusively in heaven.
That tracks.
Scroll's going to whisper to Nerashi. From what I understand, he's kind of a jerk here.
In my experience, he's kind of a jerk where I'm from too, considering what I've had to put up with. And who I've had to put up with.
God,
I love-
exclusively curse Nerashi.
I love that Nerashi just considers Arceus a jerk just because she has been cursed to live near Nova.
Basically. And he won't kill Nova, so Nerashi just assumes he doesn't like her and is a dickhead.
He doubled the damage.
You should have quintupled it.
You needed to at least quadruple it to kill him.
Well, is Sigmund here? Maybe he can help.
Yes, we were trying to ask him to heal the criminal that you'd brought in, but he said that he only works on worthwhile people, and so that they should naturally recover. So it looks like they'll be sitting in our cell for a while.
You know, that is true, Mala.
That is true.
Oh,
The
no.
player is right here.
That is very true.
That is very true. But no,
That-
I'll
that would
give
be-
her at least this cameo to not have to deal with Nova.
Nerashi would just immediately leave. She just would slither away. No more words said, just, leaves.
It's unfortunate that the character who Nova got his name from is kind of MIA at the moment.
Well, to be fair, I was just trying out names, and then I decided to stick with it because of the hilarity of the similarity.
I know. That's why I said that the character who Nova got his name from.
It's Noah's off-brand nobody.
To be fair, they'd get along very well, and the interaction has already been banned. pre-banned by Zim.
Fair.
Good. Good and deserved. Is all I have to say on the matter.
Noah has 2 keyblades upon meeting. What the fuck? What are these? Harm.
So, what are we doing?
We can ask Sigmund to check out a potential new chosen.
Sigmund is the doctor here, and he kind of makes it so he kind of checks out the new chosen and does examinations and stuff.
Probably a good idea.
Squirrel, I'm going to ask you to roll me a perception check. As they summon for Sigmund, who should, for all intents and purposes, should still be in the area.
Oh, I think I rolled too many. I rolled 1 extra, but, well, cut off that
That's
last one and still 5.
Alright. So, as the Delphox walks in... Wait. Is he a Delphox already? Last you remember... It's a little odd, isn't it? It was a Fennekin, for some reason.
Okay, you're confusing me now. What? What's
Remember
that?
that Sigmund had been in a temporary body, air quotes? But so now he's probably using some magic to make an illusion so people don't hassle him about it. Even though he pseudo made an identity, a different identity for himself as his own apprentice, Cassian or Ari or whichever it was.
It was Arius, the first name.
Yeah.
Ari,
Well,
yes.
yeah,
Because that was his technical speaking, actually.
So when he showed up at the forest, he was a Delphox.
He was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it was the most likely way for him to officially get there and not be missing instead of, oh yeah, my apprentice can teleport, don't worry about it. It's more believable of, I use an expensive item, now leave me alone.
I'm just confused because Squirrel would have already seen Sigmund as,
Yeah, no, he showed up to Hamoa under the disguise illusion.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, he's been a he's been a Fennekin until now.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't think that was even mentioned last session. And if it was, it may
Other
have been.
things were going on.
Yeah, fair enough.
He's still recognizable. You know who that
I
is.
think if a Fennekin shows up with Vane, you already know who it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, either way, Squirrel's kind of gonna gesture towards Nerashi. I think we've got a new chosen, Sigmund.
He's going to look over at Nerashi.
Yeah, chosen for something, all right.
Well, you the interesting one.
Nerashi raises an eyebrow.
I have a question. How do you feel about the gods?
Really? He's already trying to recruit?
No, he's feeling him out to check for surface level memory alterations. If
Oh,
he is
okay.
like all the way devoted, right, they probably fucked his memories.
Also, Narashi's female.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
Narashi's a female survivor. Narashi's eyes are just kind of gonna narrow. I have grudges. Many, many grudges.
He'll perk slightly.
I still don't know which one to blame, so we're gonna start at the top and work my way down if I have to.
This one can stay. This one can stay.
I knew it.
Alright. Let's get you to an office.
So Nerashi is being taken to his office?
Yep.
Fair enough.
Squirrel's gonna kind of look at between the two of them. Should I come along or no?
If you want.
He will follow.
I mean, Nerashi isn't bothered by him following, so.
So, as they reach the office, and he closes the door behind Squirrel before starting to do some health checkups on Nerashi, and asking if they have allergies or poor reactions to anything in particular.
EVs.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was like, Nerashi's just gonna squint a little bit and go, I don't like the EVs.
Mentally or physically?
Unfortunately, I can't use being allergic to them as an excuse.
Noted. Anything else?
Nerashi's
bullshit doesn't count.
If I was allergic to bullshit, I probably would have died by now. But no. Beyond just generally disliking EVs, nothing comes to mind about anything.
Well, you generally seem healthy. Potentially slightly malnourished, though.
Figures. It's been a long week.
And you might be starting to sunburn?
Yep. That also tracks. She refuses to elaborate on that.
But apart from that, you seem to be in generally good health. Now let's check if someone's placed some compulsions on you. As he's going to place a hand on top of her head and to begin, Nerashi can feel a very odd sensation of psychic energy, almost probing their entire body.
Well, that's mildly uncomfortable.
Oh, very much so. But believe us, he's only doing it for your own good. As much as it's weird to say that coming from Sigmund.
Yep. This is technically him doing his job.
Well, it's not even technically. This is actually his job.
Well,
Yeah.
at least as far as I'm aware, Nerashi is under no compulsions.
Well, at a point, you can see a frown cresting his face. Or rather, his neutral face becomes a more deep frown.
He's like seeing like memories of where she's from and whatnot.
Yeah, he's getting a cliff notes of Nerashi's life. And then he's seeing Nova.
And then
Poor
he
thing.
and then he understands.
Well, the worst part is that he has his own Nova. So he intimately understands, actually.
Excellent.
Oh, god damn it, they're naturally occurring. Oh, god damn it.
It's actually funny because Sigma's own Nova lives in this town.
Yep.
Yes. Before saying, alright. So, you have a clean bill of health, but in the future, unless you manage to excise the tumor that follows you, you will potentially have a heart attack of stress-induced.
At least it'll put me out of my misery.
That is a perspective. But, are they particularly attached to you specifically?
Part of me hopes so he can be more miserable when I'm dead.
No, that's a bad thing, actually, because then he will not let you go peacefully. He'll find some way to drag you back.
Nerashi frowns at this.
If I am understanding correctly, he seems to meet the categorizations of stupid or a user.
Also, Nova quite clearly does consider Nerashi a friend.
So, if something were to happen that would separate you via death, he will probably try to manually restart you.
Considering the differences of worlds, Nerashi has no fucking clue what aura is, I'm assuming.
In a brief source, weaponized life force, and he has a lot of it. It can be expressed in absurd resilience.
Okay. Well, this does not bode well for my peaceful afterlife, but I will worry about that when it happens. That's a problem for future Nerashi.
Bad.
Well,
Provided I'm not, I don't know, stuck here indefinitely or something.
I've done what
Wait.
I can, and it doesn't seem that any of the gods have anything to do with your presence here.
Excellent. Well, that has narrowed down whose fault it is for Nerashi. Gnomes.
It's not any of these gods, so...
And at this point, Nerashi just assumes because Nova wasn't sitting here with her, it's not Arceus or any of the gods of wild traditions there. So she's just like, this has narrowed it down significantly because I'm not immediately miserable with where I ended up. Are the gods actually out to get Nerashi? Probably not. Does Nerashi believe that? No.
Very much so.
Yeah, the gods don't even know Nerashi exists.
Damn.
They'll find out. Don't worry.
They'll find out when she's like, you're responsible for my suffering, and they're just like, what are you talking about?
Who is this? Wait, who is this?
Literally, Nerashi is going to show up the same way that Cobalt did.
Just you. If she had hands, she would be pointing dramatically.
So
She does have a
point
tail blade.
Yeah, point with the
True.
tail blade.
She'd be
point
too
with-
busy swinging the tail blade moments later to be pointing dramatically with it.
Then point with your fangs. It'd be awkward, but I guess you could do that.
Fair.
Absolute rage.
Angie snake.
make,
Utterly
make,
incensed.
make. I love what Era just typed in the chat. Make a note. Get Nerashi a giant foam finger.
God damn. One to put
Yes.
over their tail.
Yeah. If someplace ever decides it's too dangerous to let Nerashi have access to her tail blade in public, they just put a giant foam finger on it.
That's
Just a sheath
hilarious.
for it.
That's hilarious.
I mean, you laugh, Ren, but you're one of the people she'd be pointing it at.
This is a great idea, Era.
Agreed, Era. This is an amazing idea. You know what you did, Ren.
So.
Foam finger peace tie. Perfect. Perfect name for it.
Oh my goodness. So. If I might. I am setting up the different air quotes groups for something later, and I think this would be a good air quotes pausing point as we get over to Vane and Kaza.
Alrighty. Also, real quick, Frost Husky, Sigmund automatically assumes that other doctors are incompetent compared to him anyway, so...
Yeah, if this man, if there was a doctor currently in this office at the moment, he would have kicked him out.
So either Rain would be nothing worth looking at, or he would be like, "Oh, what the heck are you?"
Why are
No.
you cursed to always fail?
Oh no.
Sorry about that. My family came in to talk to me.
Ah, oops.
It's just slightly hilarious how Nerashi and Sigmund potentially have the most compatibility.
Oh yeah, yeah. Especially because Sigmund probably legitimately emphasizes with the fact that Nerashi is at the beginning of her "I can't get rid of this idiot no matter what I do" arc.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mango. Is he a better doctor than Ren? It's looking likely. The bar is so low, it's a tripping hazard in hell, as they say.
Does Nerashi have any questions for this doctor? Before we scene transition.
I think I hurt Ren's feelings.
What a shame.
Have Rens dice keep being awful in the sessions. I haven't
Yes.
watched while the dishes
Yes.
are
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
He's gotten a couple of good rolls every now and then, but for the most part, it's garbage unless he's healing himself and only himself.
Or doing
Wow.
something for himself.
Yeah, it's honestly hysterical.
So he's cursed to be selfish, is what you're saying.
Yes.
When he-
As for questions, healing related questions, no. Narashi's got nothing.
Well, I guess since he said you were kind of malnourished, I could take you to the cafeteria and get you food.
That would be wonderful.
And that's where Squirrel's going off to with Nerashi.
Oh boy.
Yay, food.
A place where you can just get food for free? My god.
Impossible.
And just all right. Mala went to bed. Never mind. I'm not going to ask the question.
Ah,
I was going to ask a question just to upset Mala,
Nice.
as one does.
Oh yeah, that's one does.
Alright, so transition time.
meanwhile,
Meanwhile, before Sigmund, technically speaking, left, unless he's just piloting multiple bodies.
He is not.
so that's just an illusion, probably.
No, this was probably before setting up them doing this.
Yeah, because Squirrel had to go on a whole patrol for a while
Yeah. Oh, so he
in order to
was
get to the tree.
so he was a Fennekin when he showed up with Vane, right? He's a Delphox right now.
No, when he showed up with Vane and Hamoa, he used the illusion.
Okay.
Well, when he showed up in the forest, he was.
Using the illusion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he went there directly.
Thumbs up.
So, in that case, Vane, well, just to recap, he kind of already talked about a little bit, but he will expound upon what he was talking about last time. So he's just going to look between both Kaza and Sigmund and just go, now, Kaza, part of my idea with this is hopefully being able to use Sigmund's at least practical expertise of enchanting things, because, well, he's very experienced with it, in order to make some sort of... I was thinking I was thinking something that we could make together, but some sort of item that you or I could use to let the other know that the other has, needs help with something. Or wants help with something.
Okay. So like a signal ribbon sort of deal.
Yeah.
But
And
how
Kaza, I
would
want to
we-
make this extremely clear. This is for any type, whether it be physical or emotional, at any level. This is not only just for emergencies, this is also in case, let's say, you're having some sort of emotional hardship and you want my help with it.
is going to be considering that.
And I figured that a good way to make sure that you remember that it exists is to make it out of one of your items and one of my items. And the only two items I really have is my scarf and my goggles, and I can't exactly sacrifice part of my goggles for this.
We could make it out of the colors, I suppose.
Well, yes, but I think you'll probably remember it more if I actually use part of my, you know, part of my red neckerchief for it.
Okay. And he's looking cautiously over Sigmund, like, not doubting that he could handle it with care, but he's not seen him with handcrafts. Though he doesn't seem concerned even in the slightest. But that could just be him not thinking terribly much of it. So,
And
okay. I've got some extra ribbons.
he did already
And-
give Vane one of the extra ribbons.
Yep.
And it doesn't have to be all of it. It could just be, I was thinking about just ripping off or cutting off part of my my neckerchief here in order to supply some material on my end because, well, I do know that we could always just repair it later.
Okay.
Sigmund, are you willing to do this just on the face of it, or would you like me to give a practical reason as well?
No, I'll do it. However,
Okay.
I'm probably going to split the item in two so you both have one.
That was part of the hope, yes.
Then yeah.
I half expected to need to use the practical reason, but thank you for your willingness to help.
I think it just expedites things if I just take your word for it that this is for the best.
Okay, well, Kaza, because I do want this to be a project that we both work on, can you teach me how to sew?
Yes. Yes, I can do that. I will. Happily, in fact.
I know you like sewing anyway, but... I guess the best way to put it is I'm at least glad that you're confident in your ability to teach someone else about it.
Yeah, of course. And then Sigmund will nod and say, well, I suppose while you two are doing that, the guild's probably going to want something out of me, so come retrieve me once you've got the finished item for me to imbue.
Vane will just give him a nod.
And they will be occupied with this for a while.
Yeah. Academics is used for general learning, so do you want me to roll any
Please.
academics for this?
Please do, because while Scar just says it works, Vane is not a crafts person.
He is not. But he does have a slight bit of inspiration to use to, like, at least attempt to make this... At least like, for an attempt for things. Which is, the other Vane from, like, the parallel timeline utilized threads instead of chains. So he's going to see if he can't try and make that work. He doesn't really know how it's done, though, but at least a little bit of, like, experimental stuff in order to get around the fact that, he has wings, and despite Pokemon constantly showing that the wings just somehow work, and Scar saying it just works, yeah, he has not exactly ever crafted anything himself.
Oh boy.
Do you want me to modify this in any way?
Take an additional 2 dice.
All right.
As Kaza is assisting you, but you're still having to find your way around this.
Yeah, I figured.
So it's a plus,
So-
the plus is outweighing the initial negative.
All right. And just to be clear, this is on the initial academics for
Yes.
figuring out what to do. Okay. 5, 6,
It's outside your usual scope.
I almost wrote 113 instead of 13 because I forgot to back
Oh
out
my.
one.
Whoops.
That would have been quite the roll.
Indeed.
Yes. Spectacular splash of dice.
True, and it totals out to a 4, of which I'm gonna soul 2 of those. Which moves this to a 7. Yeah,
Alright,
7. I'll take that.
you've got the underlying principle down. I need to get rid of this.
Clearing out the combat tracker.
Yes.
It's going to be needed apparently. Let's go, guys.
Don't worry about it.
It's a great sign when the storyteller's just like, hey guys, let me clear out the combat tracker real quick.
There's nothing to worry about here.
I'm sure.
Doubt.
Why would I ever do this when we have a guest character? But all right. Now, 'tis time for event.
Do you want me to roll an actual craft check first or no?
Please do.
All right. So this is, at least on his part, completely unskilled craft. So this is literally just going to be raw body and logic
Oh boy.
as he tries to piece. Now, on the plus side, Vane actually has a really good body score. Five is pretty decent.
It is.
Could be worse.
Could be worse.
But you know what? Considering he's doing it with Kaza, I'll soul the 1.
They're taking their time with it.
7 now. So now that's 7 on academic, 7 on the craft, but unskilled craft. He is trying very hard for this.
He is. Now,
All right, so that's most of my boost dice gone.
we are going to be starting with the office crew of Nerashi, Squirrel, and Sigmund. As Sigmund is going to feel something in the air
Oh boy.
as something starts to come down around his air quotes head before he steps to the side as a golden ring slaps against the floor.
This happened in front of Nerashi and Squirrel as well.
It did.
What's
Nerashi
going on?
is
Go ahead.
Nerashi's just gonna be squinting at the ring.
There in the room is Hoopa. That seems a bit confused before the illusion breaks and Sigmund is gone. He's like, huh? I could have sworn I Uh-oh. Before a dagger protrudes through its torso.
I just witnessed.
And Fennec and Sigmund is hanging from the other side and say, "Blood tax day already, Hoopa."
Is this the one I have to blame for why I'm here?
He is a potential culprit.
Nerashi is going to brandish her tail blade.
Hoopa grunts and grunts is like, "I will pay any amount of blood. I'll finish my bit."
Finish what?
Finish
His
his
bid.
bid.
His bit,
Ah.
yeah.
Which, admirable. But this is not the company to be doing it in.
As a much larger ring appears that practically spans the entire room and descends around them
Nerashi is stabbing at Hoopa then.
to make an attack roll.
Oh god. Forgot I put reallocated. Also, if I could figure out which tab I put it in again. There it is. That. Okay.
For the sake of balancing here, because you guys aren't as far along, what is the, what attribute are you at right now?
Attribute?
we
As
should
in
be-
Or
total?
total. Yeah.
Total is...
Should be 12
Yeah.
while tradition.
That's... Yeah, 12.
Okay.
Kara says
I could
11.
not do math. I could not do math for a second there.
We are at 19 right now by my count.
No, we're at 16. You're confusing your health again.
Oh, right. I do that way too often.
I was about to say, yeah.
So I'd say for the sake of balance, probably add 5 dice onto every roll.
Or why not?
Fair enough.
I'll allow it.
Fair enough. In which case, oop. Or if I could click dice properly. Four, 5. Only 2 successes.
Fair enough. You do not connect.
Dang it.
Squirrel is
as
attempting.
Hoopa also attack.
I assume he'll have to move up to it, so probably won't get the full roll, but... Or won't be able to do a full attack. I can still do 2 attacks. Seven
So-
both?
We're getting a lot of 7s today.
Indeed.
This also does not connect.
Yeah, that tracks. It's a Hoopa.
Well, he tried.
As the ring descends,
Alright, well, let's see where we're ending up, I guess.
Attack the ring.
but as the ring descends, over where Scruff is,
Where?
another very large ring will also form over the trio, very unawares as they are talking on matters of food.
Can I at least roll a perception?
Yes, you may. Perception based on smell.
On smell. Oh, me. Hey, okay. Let's double check that counts. Okay.
Ah, the true combo. The tr-
3, 5,
7, I do believe.
6.
That's what I
7,
counted.
8, 9, 10, and then mine. Yep, 7. I'm a soul one of those ones.
8?
Back up to 8.
Scruff, you smell sugar. And trees.
Where does he smell that from? He's just gonna like stop and snuffle. This one big sniff.
Seems to be above you. Seems to be above you.
Scruff does that thing where he just sort of one big sniff, looks to the left, looks to the right, looks up.
As you see a ring descending, and through the middle of the ring, a place that you are not familiar with at all.
Dodge. He's just gonna yell dodge.
They're good. They're all right. You know what? I'm gonna roll a
Silver
chance
rank.
dice.
They're silver rank. They're silver ranked.
They are silver rank. All right. They have a chance.
Club's at least gonna try.
Ah. 0 successes but 0 ones.
Wow.
A completely blank roll. Got it.
What would I roll for pushing them both out of the way with Shadow Claw?
I think that would be an athletics check.
Okay. Why is it sort of decent athletics? Fires. Oh, actually, yeah. 5, 11.
Oh
Fine,
dear.
so you want to say-
I think the dice have declined. I think
The dice have. There was an attempt.
I'm sure they'll appreciate the attempt.
Unfortunately, they might be a bit heavier than you expected them to be.
They might be a bit heavier. Also, Scruff might be a bit frazzled, so he kind of loses focus on the Shadow Claws. So there's like that initial pressure, and then one of the Shadow Claws just goes through them.
Whoops, ghost.
Insubstantially.
Whoops, ghost, and one of them's a normal type.
Yep. Is it? Oh, bugger. I'm leaving the dice as is.
And lastly, Vane, you don't even need to particularly make a check, as your shadow immediately starts frazzling, and the hoop appears above you too.
So is it just the Hoop, or is Hoopa themselves there?
No, Hoopa themselves is not there. But
Okay.
but a pair of their arms is. They needed to take special care or special attention if they were going to try and snag Sigmund.
Fair. All right. So there is a pair of arms there. We have one turn effectively, right?
You have one turn, and Kaza is not yet aware.
All right. About how far away is Hoopa's arms?
They're probably like 3 feet above you.
All right. Well, time to do something nasty.
Oh dear.
So remember how Vane has a bypass accuracy AoE with his feathers if he does a full action?
I do.
Yeah, he's gonna use that. And the only direction that he technically speaking is declaring is like, friendly for purposes of not dealing damage is Kaza.
Oh boy.
So, bypass accuracy. He didn't have time to rip off his goggles because that would take a quick action. Actually, no. He is just going to roll damage on this. This is a full action that was made with consistency in mind. Uh, 12 damage.
that stings.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Vane, it also causes 4 exhaustion and costs 2 current HP.
As it does not stop the ring and it descends.
Yep. But it's about all he could do.
Kaza is very likely is very alarmed by the sudden action, as you all are now dropped together somewhere else.
Oh boy.
Vane is immediately looking around for any signs of any threats.
There is a Hoopa there, who it seems to be nursing a stab wound on their abdomen.
Can we roll initiative on that?
You may. Though Sigmund is also there, just looking neutral as ever. And everyone may make a perception check.
This one based on smell sense?
No,
Oh.
just vision this time. General awareness.
Perception.
Damn.
Ooh.
Lamau,
Oh my goodness.
just win.
Nice.
Sees all.
What, 13?
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 13. Yeah, 13.
I'm adding 5 dice to my rolls, correct? Or am I just doing my base for this one?
Yes, add 5.
Okay. 4, 5, and a 10. 7.
All right. So, there's one last thing to do. Because there is one more person left to collect. Paz, what were you doing?
Honestly, I was thinking that after Paz just kind of separated from from Chomper, he'd either go to try and visit Kaza or visit Sigmund.
Fair enough. So then, would you like to have been taken early?
I mean, I guess that's the only way that's the only way for it to make sense.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay.
I was doing a lot of things. But everyone is together, and would you like to make your perception? No, wait, you since you were here earlier, you would know. Nerashi, Scruff, and Paz, you have a ring on you. And in Scruff's case, it is around your torso. Like a hula hoop.
Where is Paz's?
On his wrist. Nerashi, it is slightly under where you would say your throat is.
So the collar.
Yes.
Narashi is not a fan of this.
In fact, everyone seems to have one of these.
Don't like this.
Buff is doing that awkward motion that some cats do when they're picked up, where it's just kind of like,
Oh, you guys are here.
no.
Were you guys also taken by the ring?
Scruff gives him a
Unfortunately.
silent look. Scruff gives Paz a silent look as if to go, how else would I be here?
No, Sigmund is walking over to Hoopa and taking out a beaker and just saying, alright, fill it up.
Wait, what?
Can Vane still throw an extra feather Hoopa's way?
Yes, he can.
Alright.
Hilarious.
He's gonna buff himself before he does. Let's see, list of actions, buffs himself. Yeah, it'll just be normal buffs.
This has just proven that I was right all along. Legendaries are out to...
Legendaries are out to get you.
I can and will blow 2 more soul. The less of it. Turning that into a 12 to hit.
That will connect.
Alright, so he used standard action version, has a buff. What's Hoopa's typing? Besides astral?
Psychic, I believe.
5s.
Oh, hold on.
Shame that Vane generally doesn't roll a ton of dice. Since he just has a bunch of guaranteed damage usually.
Oh, Psychic Ghost. Oh, no.
Oh yeah, no, this thing is gonna be hating life for a second. Uh, 17 damage.
Yeah, that hurts. Says Hoopa says, "Stop! Stop! Ow! Why?"
You know what you did.
You kinda just kidnapped us. Where are we?
Hoopa is about to say something before Sigmund speaks up first and says, "We're in the Everblossom Grove." And Hoopa looks at him and just gives him the worst stink eye.
I have been kidnapped twice in the past, 6 hours.
Just like, you listen here, that is my bit. Have a better bit. Be less predictable. I hate you the most.
You have all of about 5 seconds to explain before I continue attacking you.
It's Hoopa Day! Every now and then I get to do this. I pick a group and I take them to other places.
Cool, take me back home.
Who are you?
I'm the person that's gonna fucking stab you. If I don't get sent back home.
He's going to look at Vane and Sigmund and says, like, get in line, I guess. Get in line, I guess.
I will accept any and all help trying to take down a god if they are causing me problems.
This isn't the problem! I'm just showing you around! It's a big magical world! Quit your bitching!
If you wanted to show us around, ask if we want to be shown around. Don't just kidnap us.
Kidnapping is a crime. I vote this crime is punishable by death right now. Can stab him.
As Team Snack Attack seems perplexed and confused, and Kaza also seems to just be coming to terms with the situation before Team Snack Attack says, like, oh, it's Hoopa Day. Okay.
Yeah, Hoopa Day doesn't exist where I'm from, so, no.
Scruff is just going to quietly pipe up just to them and maybe enough that Hoopa can overhear. I'm sorry, this kind of thing kind of ends up happening to our group a lot. He didn't know he's only supposed to pick up the one group, and yet he's picked up multiple other people from other groups. It's a little bit clumsy, but I suppose he got a bit too excited. He's saying it Scruff is saying this in a way that's kind of both apologizing for the situation and making sure Hoopa can hear that he fucked up.
He also kind of kidnapped me earlier.
No, I just got some people, and you need to get out and do more things, as Hoopa is currently, like, not covering their wound anymore, just, like, leaning forward and bleeding into a beaker that Sigmund is just casually holding, utterly disinterested in anything other than his blood.
Sounds like you messed up your bit. You fumbled it.
No, and Sigmund is going to clear his throat. The bands stopped some of our powers, but also set a air quotes return point once Hoopa is satisfied that he's shown us around, so that we don't actually stay wherever he sends us.
I take it this means that Kaza can no longer teleport.
As of this moment, no.
So, where exactly do you want to show us around then? I'd like to get this over with.
I'd like to show Hoopa into a grave.
I won't stay there, and you know it. I won't stay.
You will if I cut your head off.
You don't know much about gods, do you? You don't know much about.
I'll keep cutting your head off until you get tired and stay dead.
They reincarnate here.
I didn't stutter.
Your blade's gonna grow dull.
It's only gonna make it hurt more when I cut your head off. That seems more like a you problem.
I admire the tenacity, but you ain't Sigmund.
I don't need to be.
He's gonna look over at Sigmund. Did you get married? To which Sigmund might just say, "That's not covered by their insurance."
So am I gonna need to have Enja come cameo as Sigmund chasing after Nerashi?
I don't think Sigmund chases after people in that way.
No.
Oh my.
No, but they can bond over hating gods and trying to stab them. So
And also,
Yeah.
they're respective idiots.
Yeah.
you see, the issue is that even if Nerashi was interested in Sigmund, she would absolutely not want Sigmund to come back to Judex, because then she would be subjecting someone that she liked to Nova, and that is a crime.
I'll consider it.
Yeah.
Nerashi is a surprisingly considerate person when people aren't being fucking stupid.
By the way, I just need to say this out of game. I desperately do want Nerashi to meet CL. Unfortunately, Viv, I wish to subject your character to Nova in a different form.
Well,
Die.
if they stay for the party, I can see CL showing up for his son's rank up party.
He's
better.
Yell is Nova's father from another dimension.
Soul father.
Soul father.
All father.
So this is where the genes came from. Cut them off at the source.
I mean, CL did spend a load of time going to other places, didn't he?
He did.
Unfortunately, Nova has actual parents they have showed up.
Yeah.
So he's an ancestor then, at best.
At best.
At worst, something of a warlock patron.
That is funny, not gonna lie.
CL would.
Well, I don't really know how to give you power, but I'll show you how to flex. I'll show you how to...
Nerashi is currently contemplating on whether or not she can convince Sigmund to stab Hoopa again.
Vane is just gonna go, Sigmund, can you explain why? Because you seem to be familiar with this.
Hoopa... Their targets are a little enigmatic, but I've been subjected to this random lottery multiple times, probably because they think I'm interesting or enough of a grouch that I need to be reminded of the wonders of the world, and I perpetually disagree. But as long as they allow me to collect a sufficient amount of their blood, I'll deal with their nonsense since I'm getting something out of this exchange.
Why are you collecting the blood for?
I would assume the blood of gods is a powerful reagent.
You are correct. And it's fresh.
That makes sense, I guess. Huh. Is this like the only god you have a sort of I wouldn't say friendly, but I guess neutral relationship with?
You would call this a working relationship.
This is the only minor god that I generally tend to accept, as others either stay away from me.
Stay away from you, or oh no.
Well,
Or die in his presence, probably.
Get stabbed viciously.
Stab.
well, then I get to take a little bit more than blood home.
Monster Hunter.
That would make an excellent trophy. Nerashi considering mounting Arceus' head on a wall.
There are certain demis that are respected in their field, though we still give each other a wide berth, unless they're stupid, like Calyrax.
I'm not surprised at any part that the gods are stupid, considering the current situation.
Decidedly not. But there are some that are fulfilling a function, so I do not harvest from them.
So, Hoopa, you just so happen to decide to choose a large group of chosen and a couple other people around for this?
I was looking at Sigmund, looking at you guys, and then looked at the people around you, and just sort of said like, "Yeah, that's fine."
I'm taxing
Yeah.
you two now.
Oh no!
Did you say taxing?
Yes. Look, if he's gonna kidnap me, he needs to pay taxes on that kidnapping.
Oh, you're going to get a marvelous adventure, and I'm not going to go home anemic.
I was already having a marvelous adventure that didn't involve being kidnapped.
Or sitting in a doctor's office.
I'm talking before that, you idiot. I already
You
said this is the
hadn't
second
met
time I've
yet.
been kidnapped.
I had nothing to do with that. It's your fault for being so kidnappable. It's your fault.
Nerashi is stabbing him again.
Just roll another attack.
Come on, tens. Don't let me down. They let me down.
Oh,
Wow, that is a...
That
That
might be a
is a-
willpower right there.
No, that's a flat 0.
Yeah, that might be a willpower. Just to re-roll that bullshit.
I do have willpower to use, sure. Let's waste it on this. That'll be funny.
Wait, hold on. I do have.
Oh.
I do have one question.
Yes.
Can Vane provide Nerashi advice on where to stab him?
I mean, there is an open stab wound that is still dripping.
Well, yeah, but if he can do that, then that means that he could with a feat provide Nerashi an aim bonus.
Then by
To
all
make the
means,
fives
yes,
count.
you can.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations, Nerashi, you have an aim bonus on this attack.
Cool. That's an extra... It makes up to 5s count?
Yep.
Cool. Well, so that's an 11.
That connects.
Yay. Now I will roll damage. I assume. Or are we just... Oh, he is stabbed again.
You may roll damage to see how deep you deep in.
Excellent. I mean, Nerashi was nice enough to not buff herself.
Vane wasn't. Vane buffed himself.
Okay. Okay. Da-da-da-da-da-da. That much. And it's up. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damage.
What type is this, by the way?
It is basic slash.
Ah, nice.
Five, 6. Oh, that is 10 damage.
That does hurt. as Hoopa is reacting, it's like, all right, I'm gonna start getting rough if people just keep one-sidedly beating on me like this.
You just kidnapped us with no explanation originally.
I took some people that know my thing.
And then got mad when they explained your bit.
I want to be the one to narrate myself, thank you.
Then why does it matter if you took people who know your bit when you also took people who didn't know your bit?
Because they would then explain it. Afterwards, if there was further elaboration that was needed, I announced things first.
In that case, why didn't you announce that you were, that it was a certain day and you were taking people on a quick adventure? Why did you kidnap us first?
I think he's just trying to be dramatic.
You can be dramatic somewhere else and not bother me.
Yeah, no, you may have kidnapped one of the worst people for something like this.
I
You're
was
supposed to
working
know
on
that.
something with Kaza.
Who?
He's just gonna motion to the Abra that he's standing right next to.
Oh.
Besides that, if I'm going to be subjected to this, I'm still taxing you.
So,
what?
is this guy a threat or not?
No, he's just retarded. And Team Snack Attack is already slightly wandering off.
Anyway, for the second half of the tax, Hoopa, I'm going to ask you a question.
Fine.
Have you ever heard of Hun's Port?
Who to what?
Fuck. Are you another chosen? This is.
I mean,
I found him I found her next to the tree that we all woke up at, and we don't think she's chosen, but the word was transient. Yes.
Yeah, transient.
So you weren't taken in by the world, but you somehow got here somehow.
heck if I know, I was on a ship in the middle of the ocean. And then I was at the tree.
Well, either you were somewhere in the ocean in this world, or you were somewhere in the ocean in another world. I guess we'll see which one it was.
Considering the god of I teleport around and act like a dickhead doesn't know where I'm from, I'm gonna assume I'm not in Judex anymore.
This place is called Nargon.
Yep, that tracks.
A resplendent offering.
Whoa.
Oh, jeez, Gimund.
My word.
$50.
And unfortunately, Hoopa's lack of knowledge has proven that they are not to blame for my for the first kidnapping, so I cannot continue to stab them.
Gimund, thank you so much for that tip. That is the tip goal fully completed. Holy crap.
Yes.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Veda's just gonna go, and then there's still the matter of my tax. And no, I'm not counting my previous attacks as a part of that, considering that was before you explained anything.
Nerashi is going to offer her blood-covered blade to Sigmund and go, here, you have use for this.
I've got my own, but thank you.
I don't have anything to put it in is the issue.
Okay. He will then take it.
Actually,
Cool,
Nerashi does have the jar.
Put some Hoopa God's blood in with the moth.
You know, that is tempting. What would that turn into?
Oh my.
Do it and find out.
Nerashi's going to blink and go, wait, no, I have a jar. This will be funny. And she's going to pull out her jar that has the moth in it. And attempt to drip some of the blood into there.
We'll handle.
Usually
that
we
over
use
on
this to
Wild
make
Traditions.
Now, okay. Here's what happens.
Oh boy.
A steam starts to rise from the jar. And Sigmund is going to ponder, so like, oh right, you need specialized containers. I wouldn't recommend that unless you have something made out of metal.
I will say this is a magic jar.
Oh, all right. In that case,
It's got to be magic to contain a pixie, you know?
It's a revive item.
Okay.
We also use it to make tea.
Yes.
What are the
I-
properties of this jar? What are...
I can handle it when we'll just say nothing happens for now, and I'll handle it when it comes back to Wild Traditions.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Then no problems.
No problems here,
Stuck a
officer.
jar of God's
What could possibly have gone wrong? Or gone right in this case, hopefully.
Vade is just staring at Hoopa.
Anyway, Nerashi is going to move out of the way.
So, does the tax mean that we get Pokey out of him? Because if so, I'm gonna tax him too.
Oh, I don't even have money. No. No. Hoopa looks ready to throw a fit.
Aren't
Open
you
a
guys-
portal to a bank, then.
Vade is just going to look over at Squirrel and just go, unfortunately, it seems the gods are broke.
I'm not. I just don't have my wallet. I just don't have...
The teleporter doesn't have his wallet.
I was about to say, just teleport to wherever it is. Otherwise you're lying.
He's gonna cross his arms. I don't wanna.
I require a lot of shinies.
I can get... Just have your dumb adventure.
Sure, with the after you give me the tax. 10,000 Pokey.
What?
The vast majority of us are chosen. We are already in the middle of having our own adventure, of which you are interrupting us from.
This guy was supposed to pull pranks on us, and meanwhile we're pranking him.
Yeah.
We are extorting the out of this man.
Look, the moment Vane found out it was possible, he was getting his whatever it is he could get out of this interaction for being interrupted. He was having nice boyfriend time.
He is going to grumble bitterly as he reaches a hand through his hoop. Shiny, 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 shiny. Here. as he throws a red ball towards Squirrel.
This isn't acceptable. 10,000 Pokey.
No, you said shiny. I'm adhering to shiny.
Well, then you said you didn't have it, so I corrected it to a proper
I said I
Pokey
didn't have
amount.
money. I didn't...
Let's
Very
look
well,
to see if
I
it's
will-
actually worth something sellable.
Scruff is going to amble off with team snack attack, see if we can snuffle out some traits. We're in a new place after all.
I guess I will accept this as a down payment. You will owe me 9,999 Pokey more.
Look at you.
Scruff also quietly encourages Kaza to come away from the whatever the hell this is and come join him.
He will
him
do
and Team
so.
Snack Attack. Waves over Paz as well and then shuffles off.
You know what? Sure, Paz is gonna follow Scruff.
When Kaza starts walking away, Vade will just go, "Please be careful, Kaza."
Oh yeah, no. If this is the place that I think it is, it's not dangerous.
Wait, you know this place?
Well, Sigmund said it's the Everbloom Grove. It's one of the most famous spots in all of Eden. It's the biggest forest. That's well, it's got some special things. And he'll point upwards, as there are a lot of flowers amidst the trees, actually.
Ready.
And if we can find some grottos, there's a lot of flowers there too, and it's always in season. People suspect that this is the the most fertile spot in all of Eden. It's also, we think, the oldest forest and one of the few places of a Grandmaster dungeon.
Is Eden a continent?
Eden's the continent and the capital.
Ah,
Nerashi's going to be like, the heck is a Grandmaster dungeon?
Oh, it is the hardest, most difficult dungeon there is.
rank-wise.
They're the mystery dungeons. They're kind of ranked and stuff.
Yeah,
Huh.
probably only the Guildmaster and very, 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 very select people are supposed to go in those.
So CL then.
No,
I don't think
I don't
CL's
think
supposed
even
to go in there.
I
don't
don't
think
think he's
even Dad's
supposed to go there. He might have known about it though, and probably has been in there though. You know your dad.
Yeah. But if he went in there, I think he'd need to take Sigmund too, and maybe a few other people to clear it. Grandmaster dungeons aren't a joke. I really believe that he would fail.
You were going to say something, Nerashi.
I was about to say the same thing.
Oh, Nerashi, because I don't believe the dungeons in Judex were ranked, were they? Or at least not the ones around Huntsport.
No, they are. It's just one very large dungeon that's mostly used for fast travel, basically.
Yeah, it's like a worldwide spanning dungeon. It's one.
Nerashi is basically just gonna be like, that is considerably different. Note to self, not going in it.
Oh, do you have mystery dungeons where you're from?
We have a mystery dungeon. It kind of spans the breadth of the continent, and allows some, if you're willing to risk it, quick travel through from one spot to another.
It's interesting. But Team Snack Attack says, yeah, and there's fruit trees here too. We've never really been allowed. Well, we've never really gone here, but if we get lucky, we might find some custard apple trees.
Scruff has no idea what that is, but is happy to let them show him.
Or
That's
some
why he went with them. Or some what, sorry?
Loquat. But Dalton says, ooh, or Chiku. Let's just see what we find. Let's just see. It seems that they have rare fruits on the mind. Kaza is also intrigued by the opportunity since, well, there are some things to note about the Everbloom Grove, because navigating it is also not the easiest thing in the world. As there are no roads.
Scruff takes a big snuffle and just rotates 180 degrees and says, okay, so I know they're back there. Cause yeah.
Oh, well, there's so many scents here. It is a lush forest.
Let me check my sheet real quick. Yeah, there we go. The nose knows. Scruff can accurately remember scents. He recognizes the smell of his team. They're that way.
Yep.
Alright, I'm confident we can find our way back. Off we go. Follow me, I'm lost. And he's just gonna home in on the nearest interesting smell.
Hoopa's going to cross his arms and like, alright, listen. I'm not gonna give you that. But I will take you to one other place that you want to go. How about that? One free teleport.
One free teleport to anywhere at all whatsoever.
Just fine. I'll give you that. And then we're square.
Vane will consider for a little bit. And then just go, okay, take me to the Timeless Forest.
And he's going to freeze a little. Anywhere on this world.
Wait, did he just change the deal on us?
I can't go there. I can't.
You can't
Which-
or you won't.
Alright. Do you want to spend your teleport on that? Because I'll sure give it a go if you're sure.
I asked a question. Can you? Or are you unable to, or are you unwilling to?
Unable.
In that case, take me before the Tower of Time.
That is... You mother... He's giving him several like, you know I can't do that.
Actually, no, he doesn't. Why would he think you wouldn't be able to do that? That's in this world.
Not
Or
even
should
manifested. It's... I'll
what
take
did
you
you
to an
say?
empty... That's not even manifested. I just take you to an empty lot.
But you know for a fact that that's where it would manifest?
Yes.
Fine. In that case, take me to the entrance of the Relic Cave.
And now his eyes are wide. How do you know about that?
I didn't say that I'd answer questions about the locations that I chose. It's not like I'm asking you to take me to the end. Unless you're willing to teleport me to the end of the Relic Cave?
No, I'll get fucking destroyed. Alright. Do you want the rest of you to come?
Would it use up any of their...
No.
And this is just to show us around, so you just show us around there and take us back here?
Yes.
In that case, take anyone who's willing to go.
Mm-hmm. As he's looking
I'm
forward
curious
looking
enough,
towards
let's go.
the rest of the group. And then says, where'd the rest of you go?
They wandered off.
Fuck. I guess I can leave them here.
Nerashi is going to go, well, if I'm already here on this crazy-ass world, I might as well see what this cave that the Hoopa does not want to go into looks like.
what do you said there earlier, Sim?
I'm curious about that. Let's go.
Okay.
By the way, this has to be hilarious from Hoopa's perspective because this random chosen bird is just asking to go to all of the most like forbidden locations that aren't supposed to be known.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And then you have Nerashi, who's just like, these places are named. Cool.
As he will, rather than just send them over everyone, he's just making a ring gate and looks very anxious.
So, what's the deal with all these locations? Like, what is so spooky about them?
Timeless Forest is related to Celebi and or Dialga, probably more Celebi, unknown location. There's the Tower of Time, which is supposed to hold various things related to Dialga, and then the Relic Cave has the Reggies inside. The importance being, over here, we're trapped in a time loop.
Ah,
I would recommend, if at all possible, getting out of here.
well, unfortunately, I don't have any control over that, so
That's
You
why I
know.
said, if at all possible. There are a couple of different things that I could try and do in order to get you out of here. If nothing else, I do have at least... I know of 2 people who are a part of the Academy, which could probably get you back to where you need to go, if worst comes to worst.
Sigmund is also going to say, Hoopa, you're a terrible negotiator. You are a terrible negotiator. You could have just monkey's pawed it and taken Vane to the empty lot. But
Even if they
Of
did
all
take
you-
me to the empty lot, I would have been fine with it, because at least I would have known where it is.
yes, but one of the things about Hoopa is, despite all their stupid antics, they have a weird concern with the end result.
He
Air
actually had,
quotes, they're actually trying to make a good time despite their antics.
they actually have a
Have
conscience.
standards.
They actually have a conscience and standards. Oh boy.
Despite the kidnapping. But you are underground
Oh boy.
with Sigmund providing a fire to illuminate their surroundings.
Wait, hold on, I get to say it. Vane has dark vision.
Hey,
Hooray!
it finally happened.
It happened, I got to say it. I got to say the line, everyone.
You got to say the line.
All right, show's over. Everybody go home.
Shit.
Goodbye.
Bye bye everyone. It was nice knowing you.
I guess
Imagine
it's
if
over.
imagine if that was the cliffhanger.
I have dark vision. And
Excellent.
this was all a build up to that one joke, and it's over.
That sounds like something we would do to Gib Gab.
It does, actually.
God, Gig Gab's response to the last session of WoW Traditions was so good.
His reaction to every time we hurt him emotionally is so good.
Which is often, because we tried to do it.
Gib Gab is far too attached to some of the characters and their interactions.
Not sure if I've told you this yet, Enja, but in WoW Traditions, I work with my players to torture the chat.
Huh.
They deserve it.
Maybe that's
really
why
do.
it's popular.
I
Maybe
keep
should
a
just look at the chat more.
I keep a few things, on the back end, I do throw some surprises at the players. But the majority of it is, I plotted this out.
And in addition to that, half the time the players themselves are like, "Hey, can I torture my character in this way?" And the answer is yes.
Love your style as well, did you?
Yep.
Very much so.
Thank you. So, with that being the case, there is a grand cave with a door before it.
How big is the door?
You could probably fit a house through the doorway. And it is made of stone, but upon approaching, it starts to slowly grind open as the door slides to the side.
Huh. Well, that's a cool feature.
As Hoopa is very tense and says, "The relic cave has welcomed the challengers."
Oh, we're not challenging it.
Yeah, we're here to sightsee. Come on, show us around.
Boy.
Well, that was your whole thing, is that you were showing us around and stuff, so let's go.
Okay.
What's first on our
As
tour
he-
of the Relic Cave?
He has only himself to blame.
Indeed.
This location.
Yeah, but he gave the offer and then tried to back out of the other options, and then so this was Vane's
is the
third
third
location.
And he agreed to it.
He did.
Indeed.
Well, because it was possible.
Yep.
That sounds like he should have gone, hey, no, not doing that.
This is
As-
the rule
as-
of negotiation. You offered impossible tasks, and then the slightly less impossible one as a okay. I guess we could settle for this one.
As they come upon a very large altar room with a blank tablet that seems to have some sockets inside of it. A lot of sockets inside of it, actually. Welcome to the first chamber and the first puzzle. However, unless you can read the lost language, you're not really going to even be able to read the question.
Oh, I don't need to know the
And-
question.
What?
Well, yeah, you're here to show us around, so, go ahead, solve it. And then we can move on to the next part that you're showing us.
As he's looking at Vane.
Squirrel doesn't know
What do you-
why, but he is totally making, the old camera pose. Like a tourist.
He's capturing
So-
snapshots for his memory.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do I mean in relation to what?
What do you mean you don't need to know the question? What do you...
Because I don't need to know the question. I didn't stutter. I enunciated clearly. Obviously, you heard me.
Do you know the answer?
I know an answer.
What?
Actually, I know two. I should have said I know two.
What?
Is it yes and no?
No, but there is one that's a lot easier to get the letters for because one is only 3 letters long.
Hmm.
Hoopa is staring. What? Huh? What do you mean?
I mean that I specifically only need you to get 3 letters.
Wait, me get them?
I mean, if you want to sit it out, I guess I could try it myself, but... Were you not going to be assisting in our desires to go off on an adventure of sorts?
As he's looking towards the left and the right passages. And thinking, I can't let them loose here. They'll get their fucking ass kicked. I don't... You know, it's actually very dangerous around here. There's wandering guardians.
Yes, the unknown.
What do you know about that?
I already thought that I clarified that I would not be answering your questions.
Nerashi is just spending this entire time looking very amused.
What are you?
Looks like a Murkrow.
I am in fact a Murkrow, yes.
Alright, cool. So at least,
And I'm a Riolu.
Nerashi squints. What?
He's a variant.
Nerashi, I have concerns, but... Alright, cool. I guess he's a Riolu.
Concerns about what?
Sigmund is just shrugging and saying, like, you could just steal the stones. You're not a bad little pickpocket. Hoopa is frowning intensely and says, like, I've not got a guaranteed chance against those. They're very vigilant. So what stones do you need?
2 S's and a no.
Alright, chop chop. Or do you need my help? Hoopa's frowning intensifies further. I don't.
Because he'd have to pay more.
I don't need. Fine. But when this goes bad, it's not my fault. It's... As Hoopa is going to float down the left corridor.
So, what are these for?
Oh, so I found this out from the other me. I think he mentioned talking to at least a couple people about about talking to Regigigas as a potential ally. For that, there were 2 codes that we could apparently use in order to get a meeting with Regigigas without actually having to go through a legendary trial, which is either spelling out the word emergency or SOS.
Ah, okay.
But we didn't know where it was, and so if he was going to teleport us anywhere, I started with the time-related ones and chose here next.
It's a good plan. And he fell for it.
I mean, I was just going to tax him some energy, but he decided that he wanted to get out of doing that, and so instead he has to deal with this.
Ah, so he played himself. Nice.
Yes. I was just going to take a bit of energy from him. But if he wants to get out of it, then okay. I'll pick something that's arguably more valuable that I thought I couldn't ask for.
You know, I don't actually know anything about Regigigas other than what they're supposed to be lord over.
They're very focused on rules, apparently.
Yes, that is Sigmund talking. Rules.
You know.
Yes. Apparently, and this was in their time instance when they were messing about with things. Apparently, he offered to saint the other me on the spot.
Oh,
I don't think I'll be going for that, but it is a interesting fact.
that there is a god that aligns with you?
Yes.
Oh, so you were gonna say something there, Sim?
You know, I wonder if I could use some of his blood in my forging.
Does he have blood?
I think he's talking about Hoopa, but also maybe Regigigas.
Well, no, I was talking about Hoopa.
Well, it's possible, but god blood is a very, very, very difficult thing to work with.
But it sounds like you know how, so I could learn from you.
Eventually, I suppose.
I mean, if we're going to be fighting gods, I should probably have weapons that can actually harm them.
Not untrue.
I do hope you guys are all having this conversation out of Hoopa's earshot.
Hoopa left
Well,
already.
yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Which is immediately when we started talking about this sort of stuff.
Okay, I didn't realize that he left. Fair enough.
Nope, this is an entirely private conversation that Hoopa is not privy to.
Thumbs up.
And we call that a skill issue on Hoopa's part.
Well,
not
he
our
didn't know. He was just already getting agitated over people demanding shit out of him, so he thought he could just hand over something for free. But oh my god!
To be
That's-
fair, he decided that he could demand part of our time.
I
Yeah.
love that again. Scruff is just off having a lovely time.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean,
with the
Nerashi's having a
attack, Kaza,
okay.
and
To be fair,
Kaz.
Nerashi is also having a lovely time because she's getting to watch a god get bullied.
What a lovely day.
I feel like Nerashi and Vane get along at least decently.
Yeah.
At least on this aspect.
That's why I said decently.
Hoopa eventually returns with the stones and an enormous frown. Here. 2 S's and an O.
Alright. Vane will just go ahead and proceed to slot in SOS. And it's really easy to tell because, you know, two of them have the same letter. So he doesn't even need to be able to read the thing. He could just do basic pattern recognition.
And the cave rumbles. It rumbles a lot, actually. And then stillness. But there is noises from from deep within the walls.
That seems to have done something, it looks like.
Hoopa is just looking at it, so like, that didn't open a door.
No,
What
he'll
did
be
you
coming out
do?
here.
What?
So, when you were planning this episode, were you anticipating any of this, Enja?
I had a thought. I didn't think that you'd get the free trip out of him so easily, but Hoopa is also someone who is very easily agitatable and tauntable.
Easily
you could have
tricked.
coerced into the. So he could have been coerced into this.
So basically, it wasn't a guarantee, but you're not shocked.
I'm not. He's going to just place his hands together and say, like, do you know what you're doing right now?
I'm
You
following the rules.
You are waking up a major god and bringing him here.
Are you in support of what the other gods do?
That's a hard question to answer.
Are you able to answer it honestly without the other gods getting mad at you?
Wow, what a lovely trip we've had. I think
Vane is
it's
just
time to
throwing
go
up a
back.
veil.
Vane is what?
Vane is throwing up a veil.
As he seems to recognize what this is, probably from extended interactions with Sigmund.
Basically, it's an anti-scrying veil where the gods can't see us right now.
Well, Nerashi has no idea what that is, so you know.
Yeah, but I'm out of game for your benefit. I'm explaining it.
I assumed it was something like that.
Yep.
Ooh. Alright. Listen. No. No, actually, I can't say I'm a fan.
In that case, wouldn't you agree that it'd be such an amazing idea to tell Regigigas, the god of laws, that there are currently a large amount of godly rule breakers?
He's going to charge them and he's going to get blown up!
No, because we're going to tell him explicitly not to. With the explanation that if he does that, he will be unable to properly punish the rule breakers, because even if he declares a domain up there, he'll eventually lose.
Huh?
Why is this happening without the rest of the party there?
Because you guys wandered off.
But
Well-
there's two other people missing. Is my point. Not the fact that everybody else wander off.
Oh yeah, fair.
That is fair, actually, yeah.
Wait, huh?
We're missing Chomper, we're missing Pyro.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I would imagine that they would have gone with... This is a side session anyway, don't worry about it too much.
Out of character.
Well, I think they'll have their own opportunities to interact with this. That's
Out
what's
of character
said.
skill issue.
Out of character skill issue, true.
No one can ever say that I break character. All right.
True enough. You are just your character.
Unfortunately, I am as well. I would have looked at the squabbling mess and just gone, I'm going with snack attack. Goodbye.
Yep. They just want to find some good fruits. They just want to find...
Yeah.
And that's fair. But Nerashi was far too amused with watching the Hoopa get his comeuppance.
True.
Also, real quick, gonna be really funny to see Mala's reaction to what Nerashi did.
What, putting God's blood in the moth jar?
Yes.
Is the moth in the jar?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
It
why
was,
she
like,
thought
fun.
it was so funny.
Yeah, they've got a magic jar that they can put water into, give it a little shake, and produce magical healing tea. And if one of them, dies, then the jar will open and resurrect them.
Unless the fairy explodes.
Well, then I get to have delicious fairy soup. So I see this
It's a
as an
win-win.
absolute win. Yeah.
I see you're playing it almost like a lizard folk. I get it. Okay.
No, I'm playing it like a
Lizard
cat
folk,
shark.
okay.
And Zim gets that reference.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Enough on to Reggie.
It takes a lot of time and a lot of very anxious rumblings before the wall parts. And a truly gargantuan white stone statue adjacent being walks out slowly as Regigigas is before you, and he is enormous. He justifies the door size. And even then he has to duck a little bit.
Oh, he's big.
He big.
I welcome you. Was there something you required?
Vay will just clear his throat a little bit and go, before I tell you what the current issue is that I would like to inform you of, I would like to ask that before doing anything, you hear out the entire situation.
He will take a seat. I shall be patient.
In that case, I would like to lead off with the primary issue of the gods have currently stopped the cycle of reincarnation and destroyed hell.
He doesn't have a face, and he doesn't seem to be reacting, but he is silent.
In this matter, we are attempting to do our best to actually get the cycle of reincarnation restarted, but we're also under a separate time limit because the world is currently trapped inside of a time loop.
Or
In
silence.
case you are curious, apparently we are currently on iteration 71,528. As of this moment, you are currently incapable of defeating and punishing the rule breakers that are residing in heaven, of which includes the former gods of hell. To this end, do not go off to heaven, and do not attempt to punish the rule breakers on your own. Instead, I would like to ask that you work with us in order to restart the cycle and aid you in actually punishing the rule breakers.
I may need proof. These are grave claims.
In that case, I will start off with the claim. I will start off with one claim that is at least a little bit easier to prove. We are inside of a time loop, and it is being perpetuated by Culti. Or, Culti was responsible for putting it into motion, I guess I should say.
I am familiar with Halti. He spoke with me. He did the caverns, explained the new rule. Gods will not be active in the lower realm. Before he starts glancing over and sees Hoopa, before reaching over as if to crush a gnat. Wait.
Probably shouldn't crush him.
We're not on your side.
Yeah, he actually, he does not approve of what the others are doing either, and, also, he owes us things. So at least he should, deliver what he owes us before he dies.
A compelling argument. Proceed.
But if you want proof, he can verify what we're saying.
He will look over to Hoopa. Yeah, I don't know about that time loop stuff, but they do know things that they shouldn't know. And I'm like really worried about that, but like, and then Sigmund's going to cut him off and say like, I can prove that there's time loops. I have a collection of books written by myself for myself.
I also possess a tome that is written by a previous iteration of me.
Hoopa, the other statements. Is hell absent? Yeah. And, other things are a problem too.
You probably shouldn't beat around the bush with him.
I don't know how to say it exactly. I didn't prepare for this. I didn't prepare to go to a confessional today.
What's wrong,
wanted an
Hoopa? Isn't this
adventure.
considered quite the adventure?
No, we're sitting and talking.
Oh, I'm having a great time. And also, I got a lot of questions for him. But we'll get to those later.
I will say, this has been quite the adventure for me.
The other thing that you should probably know, they've started messing with the angels and making fake ones. This finally gets a twitch out of Reggie Gigas.
Ooh, I think that was a big one.
What do you mean? They've been overlaying the spirits of the dead with their power and kind of turning them into something else.
I think a good way to put it is, imagine if instead of a true saint, and likening it to a contractual agreement, like how you can perform a contractual sainting.
Spirits of the dead have 3 end destinations. They go to heaven, but they did not deserve heaven, and they are reincarnated. They go to hell, and they repent for their actions. They return to reincarnation. Or 3, they enjoy their eternal destination. There was not supposed to be alterations.
Well, currently things are entirely out of balance, considering Hell was not merely abandoned, it was destroyed. And many of the energies have actually entered the lower realm, and are currently causing various innate issues with things. There may not supposed to have been alterations, however, obviously there have been. And I will remind you that the gods of heaven and the gods of hell worked together to create these alterations.
What became of the demons?
There are a few remaining demons in the world. However, with the destruction of hell, most of them have become listless.
What is the status of Giratina?
He's just gonna look over at Sigmund and Squirrel.
Well, last I saw, he was a ball of rage.
Yeah, he was kind of kicking what was it, Xerneas's tree butt for trying to kill his kid.
Giratina has child? No.
It's a complicated situation, but I think a good way of explaining that is Hell was partially reincarnated itself. And it did so inside the void.
This situation has gone beyond out of control.
There's a reason that I asked that you listen to the entire thing before performing any actions.
Noted. Do we have a plan of action?
Well, right now there is a new hell being worked on, I think. Or at least deals being made for that end.
That good. Though he seems legitimately surprised by this one. However, the demons were the ones who were supposed to keep the population of void creatures down. With their absence, I have concern, especially if Giratina has abandoned their duty.
There is approaching a 100% rate of void parasite infection with chosen that are being brought towards the world. Human Pokemon, if you know them by that name.
That term I know.
I will say I don't think that Giratina abandoned his post. He was kind of the only god that seems to still be doing his job. He just kind of stepped away for a moment to, well, deliver justice to Xerneas.
Sigmund is going to raise a brow.
As I recall,
The
that
little
was
mo-
what I was told to Squirrel and stuff.
He also rampaged towards Icona.
Well, yeah. Like I said, dispense justice. I kind of hurt,
Hurt his kid.
yeah.
Correction: the royal family, the royal family hurt his kid, not the entirety of Icona.
There was quite a few people that were involved in it, not just the royal family, but they were the culprits, yeah.
Yeah.
I see. Well, if that is being handled, then how did such corruption set in?
As far as we're aware, the gods conspired to stop the cycle of reincarnation a long, long time ago, to the point where it's not even a known fact that the gods are supposed to reincarnate. That is considered lost knowledge.
Hoopa is also looking anxious and said, so, I know it's been a long time since you woke up, so Hoopa's going to reach out and bring out a world map and hold it up in front of him. Regigigas looks at it and frowns. Where is the 8th continent? There isn't one.
What, did they, like, sink it or something?
That's a different one.
Oh, your gods really suck.
Just
He
fair
is
warning.
silent.
Just fair warning, Viv. If you get smited here, it will carry over to Wild Traditions. Just saying.
Thankfully, Vane put up a veil a while ago, and Sigmund is there.
Yep.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm saying because Viv just said the gods suck in front of two of them.
No, she specifically said, wow, your gods suck, in response to, hey, they've been ruining continents actively. Like, Hoopa is at least aware that she doesn't like him, but, you know, beyond that is and she has no feelings whatsoever on Regigigas so far.
As they're going to point towards Enoris and says, the only reason that this one's still on the map is because a giant coral reef grew on top of it. And there is still the tallest peak that's sticking out. It's started to rise a little bit lately. As Regigigas is silent. But maybe not because he's listening this time, but because if he speaks, he's gonna start getting pissed off.
I mean, fair.
Also, Nerashi just going, oh, did they sink one? And Vane's just like, oh yeah, that's a different continent.
No, another one is just gone completely.
It's just disappeared.
So not even under the ocean, just completely evaporated.
The eighth continent is gone, and I believe it might also be lost knowledge as well.
Ah,
It's not on the world map.
It is not on the world map now.
noted.
The other Vane mentioned the eighth continent when he was over here
Before he
briefly.
looks over and points it at Trey. Explain. That one broke too, but it just started floating.
Oh, so Airter wasn't always a floating continent. What the heck happened?
Vane, everyone will see the finger that pointed out a Trey is slowly going to ball into a fist.
Punch.
Also, the gods are currently intentionally causing calamities in order to bring over additional chosen. And then, upon the chosen being brought over here, they're also intentionally messing with their minds and memories to try and make them be as villainous as possible.
Would it be possible to continue this conversation later? I believe I am beginning to reach a limit.
In that case, could we keep the stones that we used to call you here, so that way for the next conversation we don't have to attempt to steal from or harm any of the unknown around?
That would be acceptable. I am going to sit and process these feelings in a manner that does not lead to a violent outburst.
In that case, while you do so, I will prepare an information dossier in order to also give you additional information upon next we meet, along with proof of claims.
Of course.
If you are familiar with the Grand Library, thankfully it is still active.
Good. Good. Good.
Goody.
I feel like this is the one bit of good news he's gotten.
Seems like it.
I'm going to assume that you're not up for any questions I might have.
You may ask questions. It is that if there are more crimes and rule breaking that I have yet to learn about, I feel I am going to go on a rampage.
We definitely don't want that, so maybe a little distraction then. First off, are you a golem? You kind of look like one.
In a manner of speaking, my body is a stone-adjacent substance.
Oh, so do you know anything about making them? I kind of want to make my own golem friend and stuff, and I'm trying to learn that, but...
As a matter of fact, I do. There are 5 Richies that you were intended to encounter through the course of this cavern. I have crafted them myself and shared portions of my power to bring them to life. Thankfully, I had enough to retain major status.
Squirrel has the anime sparkling eyes.
Sigmund raises a brow and says, like, so this isn't your full power, and even though you have made 5 minor deities, you're still like this? Well, it does take me a little while to get going properly. I see. Noted.
So can you teach me how to make a golem? Because, like I said, I really want to make a golem, and I was hoping that I could maybe learn from you and make some of my own, and or at least just one. And make a good friend and stuff, and I've got all the list of ingredients for a core, but making the rest of it, I don't really know. So could you help me?
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Yes, I can. May I see your list?
He is going to carefully pull out the list because, his cape is kind of wrapped around his chest still.
Yep.
And hold it out.
Is going to observe it and almost seem slightly confused. There is a chance that you were intended to encounter me. I can't imagine how you would acquire some of these normally.
Does this Sigmund know about original Sigmund? I forget.
He might suspect at the very least.
Okay. Well, I couldn't really say one way or the other on that. I got this list from someone that, he kind of looks over at Sigmund. Not exactly in this timeline, but from the original timeline.
Okay, let's see if I can't help you out. As he is going to wave a finger over as a parade of unknowns, maybe 70 of them, float into the room and start dropping things into his hand. Tell me, as a crafter, you wish to make this on your own, correct?
He nods. I want to make it myself. Make it really, make them really mine, Well, in a way, because they're gonna hopefully have free will, but also, Yes.
Then
Short answer.
I will just provide what you cannot acquire without going on a expedition to dangerous places. As he will then crush the materials in his hand, and you can smell sugar very strongly, very suddenly.
Vane will just take a couple of steps away out of caution.
Squirrel's moving
His
forward.
his shadow is receding as far back as it can, but there does seem to be a fine line being drawn before he reaches forward and drops some things into Squirrel's hands. It looks like marble. A stone substance.
All right. And,
This shall be your base material.
got it.
It will hold your aura without dissipation.
Oh, that would be really awesome.
The engravings and other things on that list, however, will come from your efforts. If you still need more next time, I shall provide again.
Sorry, repeat that last one.
I shall provide again.
No, I mean like the last thing he said.
Oh, if you still need more items next time we meet, I shall provide again.
Thank you very much. I do still need help learning how to actually put it all together and make it work, though. I know I've got that list, but it's not exactly instructions on how to make one.
He is going to consider before stretching out his arm. Take a look.
He's inviting Squirrel to look at him and study him?
Yes.
Oh, Squirrel is not going to hesitate at all. I am going to assume you want roll.
Roll an appraisal check with one less difficulty.
Can Vane toss in a little bit of help with this?
You can.
All right, take 2 more dice. Oh, wait, no, appraisal, so 3 more.
Oh, I'll give him 2 teamwork, son.
Okay, so
If nothing else, this is interesting to think about.
so
Figment
5
is also stepping forward. He's also intrigued, as this god is very cooperative, actually. And this is peculiar to him.
But yeah, total of 5 from Vane and Nerashi combined.
All right.
You okay, Raharu?
He probably wants to be here.
Ah, yeah.
He is the one with divine connections.
I mean, we have set up a return meeting that we're going to be doing shortly anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Actually, that was what Squirrel was going to request from Hoopa.
At a later point, bring us back.
Exactly. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to vigor push those 9s. This is really important to Squirrel.
Oh boy.
Well then.
Minsk and Boo. You forgot Boo.
Ooh.
What was that?
Decreased difficulties,
Oh.
now it's 5s.
Hey.
All right.
So that's +2 on the
3.
on the original. Oh, 3, yeah.
Another 3.
Plus 3 more.
+3 more.
So 21?
Well, no, because also the 9s were exploding now, so they count for 2. So that would be 24.
Oh yeah,
Well,
24.
You have never been so focused on anything in your entire life.
Yeah. I mean, group effort results in potentially one of the best rolls we've seen. Let's go.
I help.
You did.
Because looking at Regigigas, this kind of craftsmanship seems almost impossible because he's smooth.
Would be good if you tied
Even
a few
smooth to the
coins now
touch.
and then. The favor of
Except-
gods is worth a few gold.
Actually, he's not smooth to the touch. Because if you examine this carefully, there are lines, almost like a fingerprint across his entire body, but it's too fine to even feel in the texture. But in those grooves, writing, so many tiny, minuscule, impossibly precise engravings inlaid in the grooves between a fingerprint. And they are everywhere. You can't even begin to fathom how he was made.
Squirrel is going to be writing all this down. Making, drawing it and sketching it out, making sure he's got all of the details down. And he does have a specialty for blueprint scribing.
He does. If I were to give you some advice, tools will not be of assistance. From you, what I have seen from you, you will be needing to use something more that defies standard convention. To make your golem, you will be needing to use your aura as your tool and great focus.
Squirrel will nod at that. That does make a lot of sense. I definitely don't think I could use tools for things as finely done as this. I will have to train.
If you make it, you may bring it to me for appraisal.
Squirrel will nod. Do you think I'm capable of it now, or is there something in particular I need to train to focus my training on?
When you acquire the materials, if you can bring them together, I believe you have the will to manifest it.
Then I have a quest. Thank you
Venture
very much.
forth. He will nod.
Okay, so, yes, Hoopa. So for my teleportation, I want to save it for when he's ready to continue talking to us and when I'm ready.
Sure. Okay. I can. This is going to look over to Reggie. Sure. I'll just check in every now and then to see if he's steamed off.
I would recommend asking for permission first.
Hey, big guy. Do I have permission to check on you? If it is exclusively for checking my current tension level, I will allow. After confirmation, however, you must leave. Cool. Yep. No problems.
Vane is just going to go, consider that your freebie, Hoopa.
Freebie, what do you mean?
If I didn't recommend that, would you have asked?
Ah. So nice that we're friends now.
We are not friends. At most, you are a potential ally.
We're friends. We're friends, right? He's looking over to Squirrel and Nerashi.
I think we could be on the path to friendship, though it's going to require a bit more.
Or
You could help me find the stuff. We could go on a quest together.
maybe.
Okay, Hoopa, let me put it this way. You have already admitted to us that you do not approve of the current path of the gods' actions and what is likely to happen. We have made you aware that this world has limited time, of which one of the requirements is that the gods are behaving. So, are you going to sign on to help us, or are you not going to? And if the answer is no, I want you to consider who else possibly is going to be addressing this ever.
I guess you're on a point. I guess I'm on board.
Excellent.
I'd give a thumbs up, but I don't have those.
I think your tail could count. Blades up? Blades up. And he's going to...
Can I have my blood back?
Nerashi just blinks and goes, "What blood?"
You know, what came out of me when you stabbed me.
Okay, just... Reggie Gigas, thank you for listening to us.
He is going to nod, stand up, and turn around to go back where he came, the wall closing behind him.
I figured we should probably inform him that the conversation was over before he continued listening to this.
This was not a legendary I ever expected to meet. I've been meeting a lot of legendaries lately.
Well,
For a
meeting
given
is...
method of meeting. Yeah, for a given use of the word meeting.
To be fair, she did... She has legitimately been close to and technically interacted with a couple of them.
Yep.
Even if the interaction was like 5 seconds long.
That counts as meeting. Meeting and watched from a distance.
I don't...
But, you know.
Well, she didn't actually interact with any of them.
Stabbed Hoopa. It's an interaction.
Yes.
Hoopa
that's the only one I've interacted with. That's why I specified or seen from a distance.
Well, I think she gave the bottle to be used on Mew.
Oh, that's correct.
Was she the...
So she...
Yeah, because it was in her bag.
Okay.
So she was the only one big enough to carry it reliably.
All the others are shorties, remember?
Yes, yes.
And we don't trust it with Nova.
Yeah, Vari's the one that's been accosting all the legendaries.
Yeah, he's definitely been doing that.
Rank up. Hold the line. This
Ooh.
hamlet shall not fall.
Hello there, Disorderly Decisions. Thank you for that raid. You guys have come in near the end of our Lost in Chaos Scar campaign. It's one of our Pokemon tabletop RPG campaigns being run with our custom Scar system. We're meeting with some gods right now. My character has been given great help on making a golem. It's going to be great.
Welcome, welcome.
But yeah, I think considering Regigigas left, that's probably their adventure in the Relic Cave complete.
And Hoopa has maybe lost about 2 liters of just sweating.
Oh, that sounds like a skill issue on his part.
Correct.
Well, it's the prankster deity meeting the god of law.
Well, yes, but his job literally is to cause trouble. He can get away with things with Regigigas because of that.
He could, but he's also like technically in with the other god since he's not fixing or stopping it. Criminal by association.
To be fair, all he has to bring up is the whole, hey, look, they were killing the other ones on repeat whenever they reincarnated and didn't agree with them, so that we kind of didn't have a choice.
That is true.
He could get away with it.
Hoopa
Yes,
also
but
has
would
some of
he
his
be
own Hoopa has some of his own angels also, though.
And would he be smart enough to actually bring that up anyways?
He might be too panicked.
Well, he already got his freebie from Vane, so.
Now we're going to jump over to the other group, and their very nice forest adventure. Actually,
Yay!
hooray! Forest adventure.
Follow me, I'm lost. Says Scruff as he goes off following the most interesting smell.
Follow me, I'm lost.
No, Lost is from Recallers.
Hey.
Well, yeah, but we're lost in chaos, so.
Fair.
Follow me, I'm lost is something my granddad used to say. He used to when he was in the army, he used to be a logistics sergeant. He was usually the guy at the front of the line hacking through the jungle. Follow me, I'm lost.
Hilarious. So, it is time to start looking through the Everblossom Grove. The Everbloom Grove. I'm thinking of a different. I was mixing up the name a little bit. Because Paz and Scruff, you are getting very odd feelings from this place.
What?
Yes. Raharu?
I'm here.
Okay. I would like the pair of you to roll a presence check. On a side note, I was earlier clearing the combat tracker out in case you did literally just decide to throw down despite everything. You know, just in case. Not that it would go well, but, you know, just in case.
Well, yeah, the problem wasn't expecting it to go well. It was just more about the fact of, oh, hey, kidnapped with no explanation.
Alright. Now, the reason I've asked this of you two is because, despite the low number of successes, there's something prickling a little bit at your senses, just being in this very serene forest with the sounds of other bug Pokemon around somewhere. There is a presence, and it's not from a person. But there also isn't the smell of sugar.
Out of character, real quick. What does the smell of sugar
So
allude to?
out of character, there's 3 special types. Astral, which is related to gods, demonic, which is related to demons, and then void, which is related to void entities. Astral smells like sugar, so it's denoting a lack of astral energy.
Okay. It just the sugar smell had been brought up a few times, so I was just
Yeah,
like,
basically it
I
means
wanted-
godly shenanigans stuff going on.
Okay.
Scruff, I think somebody's following us.
I mean, you think?
Yes.
No, Scruff was saying that with a bit of sarcasm. I mean, we know the gods tend to be watching us. And suddenly another god showed up and teleported us away for shenanigans. I feel it's a safe assumption at least one of them's going to be watching with interest.
I mean that is true. Although, whatever, I'm not entirely sure if it was coming towards us is a god or not.
Scruff will give a snuffle, and maybe he'll stop walking for a moment and try and feel around him with tremor sense.
Alrighty. Roll tremor sense.
I believe that's just a perception roll.
Yep.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Again, with that, how much soul do I have left? I'm annoyed at those ones.
I don't think you've used many of those sessions, so you probably have like 2 or 3 left.
Yeah, I'll use another soul just to try and even it out a little bit. Hey. Okay, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. I think.
Alrighty. you get back some very interesting results from this, because as you try and feel through the tremor sense, where are the roots? You get a lot of ground, some of the tree trunk, but there is no roots under any of these trees.
Scruff doesn't say anything, but you see his fur just kind of fluffs up into spikes. Like just bristling, just oh.
Are you alright, Scruff?
Mm. Oh, how to even explain this without? Oh no. So, I used tremor sense. It sensed around us. I don't think these are trees.
Not trees? How so?
They haven't got any roots to hold them up.
Oh.
I don't think they're trees.
Yeah, that's concerning.
A little bit. Gruff, to Team Snack Attack, do you happen to know anything else about this continent? Because we're kind of new in this. We're chosen, and we're kind of new in this area.
Oh, you mean about the continent or just this forest?
This forest. Let's localize. What do you know about this forest?
They'll actually turn towards Kaza, who just pauses and seems a little confused, but it seems that they're letting him talk. He's like, "Oh, well, this is the Everbloom Grove. It's where every tree, bush, and flower is perpetually in bloom, and it's really colorful always.
This hamlet shall not fall.
Ren_L59 raided my stream with 7 viewers.
Hey, Ren, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream.
Thank you, Ren.
Thank you.
Thanks for showing up, Ren.
Can you repeat one more time what Kaza just said?
Oh well, he was in the middle of saying it, but this is the Everbloom Grove. It's always perpetually in bloom. Even the bushes are always growing. And it's kind of a the home for bug Pokemon. They all like it here. And it's theorized that this forest is one of the primary life sources of Eden, spreading vitality across the whole continent, and maybe at the center is a tree of renewal, or well, that's kind of what they called it, but there is a legend that says that at the very center is an enormous tree that gives life, and its colors and its leaves look like gemstones.
Ooh. Well, that sounds lovely.
Yeah, just being in its presence is said to heal all wounds and even dispel curses.
Suppose it could dispel void parasites.
Maybe? If that's a curse. Though only those deemed pure of heart can find it.
Pure heart in what sense?
That's up for debate, I guess. I'm not completely sure.
Has is going to shrug. Unfortunately, I don't think any of us will be able to find that tree then.
Huh?
Well, yeah, I don't think any of us would be able to find that tree.
I think Kaza might have a good shot at it.
Yeah,
And
maybe,
maybe
you. Kaza.
And I don't know Team Stack enough well enough to judge against them. They seem rather pure of heart and intention.
They'll shrug and say that they're more interested in fruits, but if they could find it, that'd be pretty cool.
Pure heart doesn't necessarily mean good and true. I've always taken it to be true to what's in your heart. And if that's that, if your love of food and good company is what you cherish the most, you're pretty true to that.
Well, if that your interpretation your interpretation doesn't sound bad, but unfortunately we can't be sure if that's the correct one or not. Pure of heart can mean a lot of things. It is never specified. From actually, why do I know that? Either way, that legend is interesting though, but it does kind of leaves me wondering. We're still kind of not we're still kind of trying to figure out about the foliage in this area not having any roots on there. Scruff can't feel anything.
Oh yeah, that too.
I know what that is. Dalton speaks up. I believe that it's purposefully obscuring. Because there is no map of the forest, despite it being very well traveled, actually.
Wait, so you're saying? Oh, go ahead.
Because people have theorized that the forest is the one that watches you, and it determines where you get to go.
So you're saying the roots are there, we just can't feel them.
Probably. I mean, look behind you.
Paz looks behind him.
Scruff looks behind him.
There seems to be the placement of the trees seems to be incorrect now that you've turned around.
As in it was a different direction from when it was before.
Yes.
Scruff is gonna pipe up. Well, apologies for peeping there. No, he didn't mean to pry.
Oh, I don't think
in general, he's not expecting.
I don't think it minds none.
Okay then. So, are there any other things that we can find in this forest besides the giant curse destroying tree?
The Grandmaster dungeon, probably.
Let's not get anywhere near that.
Well, we're quite a bit under level for that.
Yeah, I don't exactly want to get sucked into a what do we call that the entrances that just appear out of nowhere?
Temporary entrances.
Yeah, I don't want to get sucked into a temporary entrance if one has opened.
Oh, that's okay. Supposedly, those don't ever rupture.
Good to know, but I'm not going. But I say better be safe than sorry.
Ah. But what would a meat root from a Grandmaster dungeon taste like? No, better not think about it. I want to find some. I want to find some other stuff.
Hmm. Well, maybe there is some fruit. Maybe there is some fruit that we can get from this forest. If we're allowed to pick from it, that is.
Oh yeah. It's just that you also never know which one you're gonna find. Could be anything, really.
I see.
Yeah, like over
Ooh.
there. As he's going to skim the treetops and then eventually point.
Pass looks up.
There's something very large and purple that seems and spherical that is hanging.
Pass squints his eyes at that fruit. At whatever is hanging off of a tree. What is that fruit? I don't recognize it.
He squints his eyes a little and says, I think that's a mangosteen.
Mangosteen. Huh. You know, if I haven't...
As Dalton is already scaling the trunk.
Could you bring one for me?
Totally! Dougie, bag! As he will open his wonder bag wide and just, like, try and stay under Dalton. A minute passes before he finishes climbing the very tall tree, and eventually fruits begin to fall as he tries to catch them. And after potentially 12 of them are grabbed, Dalton jumps off the tree.
Whoa.
Dramatic.
And he falls in the wonder bag.
Wait, what?
He falls into the wonder bag before scrambling out and exhaling hard. Haha. Oh, you've never seen that before, have you?
No. I didn't think Pokemon could get inside there.
Well, it's not good to do that.
Good to know.
Kind of can't breathe in there, so you gotta hold your breath, but it does stop you from, like, slamming on the ground, Nenny.
Huh.
That and climbing down the tree is a lot scarier than climbing up the tree.
Okay, that's good to know. I'll keep this information for later if it's ever needed. May actually be useful for something, actually.
And fruit time, as they're going to upend the bag, and a lot of things other than mangosteen fall out, but they start hurriedly stuffing them back until
Whoa.
just the mangosteen are out.
Can I have one?
Yeah, but as they're going to, like, start peeling away the outer purple part, revealing a very thick rind, actually, that is red on the inside until they start coming upon something white.
Hmm?
And they hand it over. You eat the white part. The rest is technically inedible.
Okay. I was actually asking to give it to me for somebody else, but thank you.
We got plenty. We can get back up there.
True. I mean, I guess I wouldn't mind tasting it. I have me and Scruff have a friend who rather loves food, and He's probably never seen this kind of fruit before. Kind of wanted to bring one to him for him to taste it.
Here's a picture of it. Here's a picture.
Picture of the
Oh boy, I
mangosteen.
need to see this.
Yes.
Oh,
Ah, cool.
Oh,
neat.
E.
So you only eat the white part.
It's so confusing.
Yep.
It kind of looks like a tomato. It's like a purple tomato on the outside. The rind is kind of the same texture as a plum, and then there's like white orange segments in the middle. It's a very confusing fruit.
Yep.
Wary. Interesting though. Yeah, Paz definitely wants to bring. Definitely wants to save up for save one for Chomper.
Oh, they're gonna hand you 3 if they even suspect that Chomper likes food as much as they do.
Okay, noted. 3 mangosteens. And Paz is actually going to taste the mangosteen, and I'm pretty sure he's going to like it.
Well, it has a lychee flavor if you've ever had that.
A what flavor?
Lychee.
I'm not familiar with that. Kind of, and it's kind of difficult to describe flavors. So let's just go
Well,
with he likes it.
it is very sweet
Okay, yeah, Paz would like it.
and very juicy as well.
Yeah, I think Paz would like it.
Sort of like
You know,
a strawberry watermelon flavor.
Yeah. I think I remember at some point Paz was asked what his tastes were like and also weight, but I don't remember what I wrote. I need to write that down again.
Fair
because
enough.
because they do have different taste.
Fair enough.
Funny how that works out.
Yeah.
How would Scruff feel about the mangosteen?
Well, is kind of distracted at the moment. He's been kind of since he heard that the forest was kind of its own entity and he couldn't sense things. He's been kind of just oddly tippy tapping on the floor a little bit and looking kind of not quite unsettled with the surroundings, but unsettled with himself. Like, I should be doing something. I don't know. What? Something was wrong when he sensed through tremor sense, and it's niggling his head, and he doesn't know why. But he will be distracted once fruit is put in front of his face. Ooh. Oh. Scruff just inhales the fruit and starts munching on the whole thing. Making appreciative noises.
We may have gotten kidnapped by some sort of god of mischief, but this is actually kind of nice. I've kind of been wanting some sort of pleasantry recently. That's probably why I wanted to organize that party.
Okay, I apologize.
Welcome back.
Oh, we started setting it up. Actually, we got got the chairs, the guild halls ready to get food in. We were thinking up party games. These two have been very helpful with that. I think they've
Oh.
prepped party. They've been to parties before. I don't think I have before.
Oh, thank you so much, Scruff. Me and Kaza were kind of visiting Squirrel Chomper and Pyroclast with their community with their community services stuff, and we kind of got a tad busy.
Hey, that's all right. Sounds like that went well.
Now, what as well, I think.
Well,
Yeah, I
apart-
think things. Yeah, I think things
apart
went
from the
well.
point where we got abducted.
Yes. Yes, I'm gonna say that things went well.
Oh, good. Hmm. I'm a roll perception just for a thing. This is just a. Digi Scruff is gonna look at the trees and see if there's anything that looks even vaguely familiar. Just in general.
All right. The answer is yes, actually.
Oh. Oh.
As amongst them, some of them are pine trees.
Scruff almost like stops talking mid-munch, and then just quietly homes in on and quickly shuffles over to the pine tree. Snuffle, 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 snuff.
There's an oak. As you're approaching the pine tree, and deeper yet, you can definitely recognize a maple tree.
Scruff goes up the pine tree.
Yep.
He's going for the leaves and the sap. He's just happily just like doing the cat thing of rubbing his fur on it just to try and get the smell. And it's just snuffle, 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 snuffle. Swine sense activated. He has found the smell he likes. Off he goes.
Critical success.
Yeah. Scruff doesn't want to damage the tree, but he's going to look over both it and probably the maple tree to see if there's a... Oh, you know what he's looking. He's looking for sap. He's looking for sap without actually having to tap the tree himself because he doesn't want to damage them.
Fair enough. There does seem to be one spot where a branch seems a little old.
Scruff has no idea exactly what he's doing or who he's asking, but just to the trees in general, it's like, can I... Can I take some of the sap? Can I have some of that? And he's just gonna pause and just in the general sense of, I don't know, the forest is watching him. The forest decides what happens. Scruff is gonna attempt something he has seen Wade and Chomper trying out. Scruff's gonna attempt to meditate up in a tree.
Go ahead.
I have no idea what to roll for this, did you? This was not planned. This is just I had an opportunity.
I'm going to ask
I
you to
said
roll
thing.
something a little odd.
Good. This feels a little odd.
Because I'm going to ask you to roll 4 sets.
Okay.
It is an attribute, an expertise, and 2 skills.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to roll Soul Instinct,
Yeah.
Survival, and Integrity.
Oh god. Six. 9. Oh, I've got some 6s in there though. Is it vigor that brings them up?
Yep.
I'm going to vigor those 3 6s. No, 5. I think I have one soul left as well. I'm a re-roll one of the 2s. It wasn't a negative, so I shall take that as a win. It wasn't a positive, but it did negatively affect my score.
Okay, wait. What did you try and do with that?
Attempted to re-roll. Can I not re-roll anything other than 1?
Well, you can if you use a body, which it has the same cost. It uses a boost die, and it will let you re-roll 3 non-success, non-failing dice. So, for example, the 2, and the 4, you could re-roll those.
Okay, I should do that instead then.
Yeah.
But
you can't use it to get rid of any successful or
Anything that
failing
wasn't-
dice.
Okay, anything that wasn't a 1.
And well, 6s count.
Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. That is a 6 then.
Alrighty. Now, this is a little peculiar, as you kind of just sort of start falling into a little bit of a trance. You're not anywhere in particular, and you don't see anything, but you're pretty sure that you're descending. But you're not falling either. Until you touch something.
And you try and if you can't see, can you try and feel what he's touched?
Yes, he can.
Okay, instinctively, he would probably attempt to tremor sense again, as that's his go-to species ability. So just try and get an idea of what he might have be standing on.
It's firm, whatever this is. And a little soft, actually. There's a little give.
Can Scruff see? Hello?
We can hear. I think Digi just got kidnapped.
Something begins to speak to you, but it's not words. It's more like words that your mind is interpreting from something. It is a pleasant greeting. One that seems to know you more than you know it. And it seems to think that you are quite darling, actually.
It's adorable.
Well, hello?
Hello. It's so good to see you again.
Wait, what do you mean again? I think this is the first time I've been here.
We've not met yet.
You know, I suppose this is our first, at least my first meeting with you, so... hello?
Hello.
I be Scruff.
It is nice to meet you, Scruff.
I were trying to listen to the trees. I heard the forest were alive. I didn't want
It is
to
a good
intrude.
forest. It is a kind forest. I think you should stay there a little longer. Even if it feels like a coincidence, there are reasons for you to be there.
It were quite nice to lead us to some fruits, and it led me to some spiky, sharp spiky pine. It led me to pine trees.
It
You
did.
remember pine trees?
You are favored here. In fact, for all intents and purposes, a lot of you are favored here.
Well, that's nice to know. I do hope I'm not intruding here, though I'm not quite sure where I am at the moment.
Not anywhere in particular, but perhaps I should introduce myself a little bit. I am Norgande.
The world?
That is what they call me. That is.
You. Oh. Uh. Thank you for treating us so well so far, I suppose. Apologies if we've caused any bit of a muddle.
My abilities are more limited than I would care for them to be.
Limited how?
There are not many things that I can actually do. But those that work with me do listen to me and will in turn treat you favorably. I just need to give the recommendation, and now that we have met, I can offer that.
We seem to be a little slow today. Could you clarify a little bit, please?
Have you gone into dungeons before?
I have. We ran into the one at the one at Hamoa, and
Have you met people inside of them that could speak?
I've not, no.
Well, when you do, they will be kind to you. The dungeons are my domain. It is very rare that someone can contact me in such a direct manner, but I'm not displeased.
I hope I didn't overstep.
No. Though I do hope you can find your way to the center.
There's a tree there, right?
Yes and no.
Are you there?
No. No, I'm somewhere else.
I suppose technically you're all around us, aren't you?
Yes. But if we were to meet in person, I would be somewhere else.
Mayhap one day.
Mayhaps one day. Oh, of course. That's how silly of me. Tell them marshmallow.
What's a marshmallow?
It's a puffy white sweet thing.
Ooh.
You're supposed to toast it over a fire sometimes.
Ah, camping food then.
Yeah. Tell the ones that can talk in the dungeons marshmallow, and they will understand.
Okay, tell the ones in the dungeon that what can speak marshmallow. Right?
Yeah.
I will hold on to that knowledge. I won't let that slip. You're being kind and you say I'm favored. Is there anything I can do to help, or
Yes, sell marshmallows to the merchants. They will bring them to me.
so the giggling is out of character?
Fair enough. It is a very
Here is your passcode. Bring them to me.
it is a very peculiar request. Is that apparently the world wants marshmallows?
Scruff is going to pause. Well, I suppose if they are camping food, they are to be enjoyed out in the wilds, aren't they? That makes sense. Alright, locate marshmallow. Oh, team snack attack. The two fellas who are with us. They like food. They probably know where we can find some.
They do, probably.
Scruff has been given a quest, and he knows the starting point.
Excellent.
and the end point. Now he just needs the middle.
He needs everything else.
No, he needs everything. Well, he knows where the starting line is and the finish line is. That's all he needs.
He will bimble his way there eventually.
Eventually.
He'll either bimble or he will zoom me. Thank you very much.
It shall be one. It
shall be done. Yeah, Scruff is just kind of nodding like, oh, that makes sense. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I would try and ask the woods, because I heard that the woods were watching and they were being very nice to us. I was wondering, why did I want sap? I want fat sap. Red. I think I was trying to get tree sap, but I didn't want to hurt the trees, so I was trying to.
Oh, that's okay.
Ask him.
It should be fine. I'll go check.
Oh, okay.
The presence leaves, and you are standing in a strange amount of isolation.
Sensory deprivation tank. The world itself has just gone off to check an errand for me.
You are unsure. You are unsure how much time has passed by the time it returns. That's fine.
I'd like to point out Scruff has no idea how he's going to explain this to Wade, the former religious person.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's still currently religious, just doesn't believe in these ones in particular.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he doesn't know how he's going to explain that to Wade. It's like, oh yeah, the world itself likes me and went off on a quick errand when I asked a question to find out.
That's going to be one heck of a conversation. I look forward to it.
Oh, so do I. Good hell, did you?
Yep.
No, I was just saying.
As you feel yourself being scooped slightly and then raised up. Okay, it is time for you to go now.
I'd like to point out when Scruff is scooped up, he almost self-consciously makes sure his climbing claws are properly tucked away.
As you are raised and nudged back into your body before waking up with a bit of a start.
Scruff, is like feeling sensation again after a void of nothingness, and it's like being dunked into ice water. He was not prepared for slipping into the void. He was not prepared for coming out of the void.
Big surprise.
Going
all of the floof.
But going into the void, he did.
Just bristle floof. Is it Paz or Wade? It's Paz at the moment, isn't it?
It's past, yeah.
Yeah. I was imagining Paz watching from below as Scruff seems to like nod off and then wakes up and just poof, all of the bristle.
Yeah, when Paz notices that, he's just going to shout, are you alright, Scruff? What happened?
Scruff takes a long, much-needed snuffle of pine sap to reorient himself. Well, either I just had a very weird lucid dream, or I just did something I possibly shouldn't have done. But it was positive.
Okay.
I got permission to go get sap, though.
Paz is just going to blink several times.
The moment Scruff says that, he's just gonna just start bimbling off. It's like, oh, I can go get a sap and worry about everything that just happened later.
Okay.
Let's go get a bottle of sap.
Okay, you know what? Yes, let's just go get that sap that you want. You can explain this to me later.
Oh, I can explain it on our way to the center.
Sure.
Yeah.
Team Snack Attack and Kaza are wondering, oh, we're going to the big tree?
Oh, we got permission.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Scruff gets to the point where he would tap into the tree, has a pause of like reaching for his stuff and then going, I haven't got a whole thing of tool. I haven't got a whole like survival toolkit with me. I've got climbing claws. And then just like slowly and diligently cuts a little notch with little tippy taps of the climbing claw, just chunk and then turn and then chunk and then turn and then chunk. Scruff is just going to take a moment harvesting that. In return, he shall pour out his water bottle into the roots. And then he's going to fill the water bottle with sap. Scruff is quite happy at the moment. He is focusing solely on this at the moment to not be going, what the fuck?
As is just observing and is just kind of happy himself that Scruff is happy, but is also slightly concerned. But he's trying to ignore it right now because he doesn't want any more big things happening right now.
I have no idea. Does Paz want a moment to have the attention focused on him while Scruff is doing this, or would we rather time skip to heading towards the center, or would anyone else?
I don't really have anything. I don't really have anything specific I'd like to do here, so we can just time skip.
All right, Team Snack Attack is going to collect more unique fruits, but I suppose we can get to them later once it's time to start distributing them. Though
Scruff would politely ask to the forest in general. They have been very nice to us. Do you think we could amble in the direction of some nice rare fruits for them, or did they? Very nice.
Well,
very nice
you're not going to get a direct answer, but there are some fruits that are on the ground.
Yeah. he was just gonna he wasn't gonna wait for an answer because he felt that the forest is actually still a forest, but he was just gonna point that out there, and if their route happened to take them into or past various fruits, he'd just quietly thank the air in general.
Thank you, air. Bless you.
Thank you. They will begin ambling, and I believe the questions up to Paz, and I shall answer as Scruff.
Ah, okay. Well, I guess Pat would be asking. Pat would be asking, what were you doing up that tree exactly? You just kind of climb up to it and just dozed off, or at least that's what it looked like to me.
Well, there's quite a lot of trees around, and we've seen them. We've gone past them. I'm from colder climates. My home's a frosty mountain. We have snow and rock and snow and quite a bit and ice, and then snow, and then we have pine trees. So seeing a pine tree, smelling a pine tree, I got a little bit distracted. It was very nostalgic.
Ah, I see. No, that does make sense.
So I homed in on that. I remember, kind of remember. He's gonna look over to Kaza. He's like, I vaguely remember talking to you when I were going through some stuff, and I gave you advice on Vane.
I think you did.
And Nim were there, and then I went off and started talking about making bread.
Uh-huh. That's right.
Sorry
Something about
all that
nuts?
confusion. Sorry for all that confusion again, by the way. I weren't quite in the right headspace, and I were actively running away from it. But nuts and berries, and it weren't pine sap, but I remember, well, it was to start with. I remember putting sap into the dough and trying out different things. So then I got the remembrance of I could try and do that. So for bacon that I need pine sap, and I didn't have pine sap, and now here's a pine tree. So I remembered what Dewey said, and that the forest were alive, and that it chooses where we go. So I closed my eyes, and I remembered what Paz and Chomper have said about meditation, and I tried to ask the trees.
And they answered?
Someone answered.
I see.
Think of it as asking the junior, the receptionist of the guild a question, and the guild master leaning over the shoulder to answer the question. And you start to get an idea of what I had for a moment there. They were very nice. Just a bit of a lot of stuff all at once.
As is going to nod slowly. I see.
Oh, you don't, do you?
I think I am following it, but I'm having a hard time believing it. Although I guess I do remember hearing about the whole thing of the world being alive and stuff.
The Nargond has invited us to the middle of the forest, so I suppose if we show up at the special tree in the middle of the forest, that will be proof that I wasn't experiencing an episode.
Okay.
I spoke with the world.
Listen, I'm not saying I'm not believing you. It's just, I mean, at this point, I'm kind of getting desensitized to the bizarre stuff that's happening around us. I'm not surprised. I'm just having a bit of a hard time swallowing it. Does that make sense?
That more than makes sense. That's. I think in order to process it, we're gonna have to get to the center. If we make it to the center and we don't just randomly womble out at the tree line and we're outside again, then I can start accepting what I heard.
Okay.
Oh wait, oh yeah. One moment. He's gonna turn to Team Snack Attack and just go, "You love like sweets and snacks and foodie things, right?"
We love all sorts.
I don't suppose you've heard of or would know how to acquire a marshmallow.
Yeah, we know some stores that sell marshmallows.
Oh, that's useful.
You have to make them yourself, so it has to be in a place that has a little tech. But
Cut out.
what happened?
Oh,
I'm now closing my window because it was storming too loud to hear.
You lost connection.
Power cut out.
Power edge.
That my power's been a little bit intermittent. Yeah.
Unfortunate.
how much of that did you catch?
How much of that did you catch?
Oh no.
Oh no.
I guess we continue.
Yeah.
I went ahead and disconnected from my Wi-Fi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because I was connected to my Wi-Fi and I could still hear you. I just apparently wasn't able to talk. My Discord's been weird lately. So I heard everything except like the past couple minutes, like past 2 minutes. So it'll be fine. Just continue.
Okay. Scruff is asking Team Snack Attack about marshmallows, and we'll go. Wait, so they're not dungeon food. We have to make them. Is what you're saying? I suppose if they were dungeon food, it wouldn't be an issue to start with. How does one make a marshmallow? What is a marshmallow? I've been told they're squishy and they're cooked over a fire.
Dougie looks over to Dalton. Dalton sheepishly reaches into the bag. We don't have any, do we? We might have one, if I missed it. We might. Roll a percentage check to see if Dalton's eaten it already.
Oh no.
Oh! As he'll produce half a marshmallow.
Half a marshmallow.
We have some of one left. Dalton, why did you?
That looks like it.
Yeah, go ahead.
That looks like it's been chewed on already.
I just took one bite. We were supposed to share that, Dalton. I like them. And you wonder why I started keeping my own food. I'm sorry! You're not gonna stop, though. No.
Well, we have to make do with what we have. Hopefully, the whoever was the marshmallow won't be offended by getting just half of one.
Well, I think this one's more for being an example.
Scruff has not said why he wants a marshmallow. He just started asking about marshmallows.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, that's sorry.
Is they're going to offer it to Scruff.
Yeah, just retract that last thing I said.
Scruff will accept the marshmallow with much thanks. So, is there a place in Domovoy that sells marshmallows then?
I don't think so. You'd kind of have to special order them. But the closer inland you go, or if you go to the Golden Coast, there's bound to be marshmallows over there.
I remember there were the only places I know of like that are near, well, not to here, but near to where we would have been are Hamoa, Lulai, Domovoy, and Galikin. That's as far as my knowledge of this. The Golden Coast is the northern coast, isn't it? There's a lot of little cities dotted along that line.
Well, we can probably get a lot of marshmallows. Well, let's get to the center of this forest. I bet there's some wild things over there. And onwards they march. But it is a bit of a trek there, as there is quite a lot of forest to pass by, and a lot of stops that Team Snack Attack makes. But Kaza is now asking, rather than instead of Dalton going up there, if he shouldn't just teleport to the top, which they're cool with. It does make collection faster after a point.
I mean, if Kaza looks down, he would see Scruff underneath with like two shadow claws ready and just eyes glued on Kaza the entire time.
Fair enough. He is technically very high up.
Yes. Not that the shadow claws could do much, but they might cushion his fall on the way down. Slow the descent. But Scruff is just, whilst Kaza is up there, Scruff is absolute laser focused on, I am the team fucking medic. Do not fall. Claiming up there.
You are so prone to misfortune. Though Team Snack Attack does seem particularly interested once they find something that they call a sugar apple tree.
This just feels like their best day out, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, no, they're all about this. But upon reaching the center of the forest, there is an enormous clearing, and it looks like a hidden valley as the trees are parted in an almost perfect circle. There are rivers running through, connecting to a lake and spreading back outwards, and a very large tree indeed that is much like the legends, as even the bark is a very light blue.
Guys, we found it. We found the hidden valley the ranch comes from.
Hooray!
The what comes from?
Hidden Valley Ranch.
Hidden Valley Ranch. He said it's like a hidden valley, so I said we found it. We found the hidden
How
valley.
dare
Ranch.
you?
I don't know what that is.
It's a Hidden Valley is a brand.
Oh. Alright. Genuine Scruff moment. What is that? I don't know what that is.
It's well known and it's okay.
Well known, I'm assuming, in the US. I don't know what that is over here.
Yes, it is a US brand.
Yeah, I just more took the opportunity because I could.
Everyone takes the opportunity for that pun every time it comes up.
Fair.
But yes, did you explain the scene?
Well, there is a very large tree, but there is something that remains very noticeable. The air here is very clean, and yet, even within being in looking distance of this thing, you still don't smell that particular scent.
Ruff. Snuffles. Like around. He's doing a move around slight, and also it's like gradually getting closer, kind of just. Where? Whence? Not here. Snuffle. No, not here either.
Kaza seems rather dazzled because the leaves are indeed shining this brightly, and at so many colors. It really might feel like these are actually gemstones, or at least it looks like it. The way the light can filter through some of them, and they only sparkle.
Scruff will pause a moment, and he'll look back at the others. How's everyone else's reactions? I will say this. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I will say this now. Scruff relies very much on tremor sense and smell sense to figure his way around. He looks over at the tree. And have you ever looked through a kaleidoscope it's all just a big blur of color, like looking through a rain spattered window?
Yeah,
You
a
didn't see
proper
any details,
kaleidoscope when you look
that's
up
all.
under this tree.
That's what he sees. He looks like a kaleidoscope through a rainy window. It's a lot of color, but there's like no focus to it. It's just that is very colorful. And then he'll look over to the others. He doesn't quite get the full stunning impact of it. Just, that is very pretty.
It seems Snack Attack is like odd, but not as much as Kaza, as they're just like marching over, say like, "That's a cool ass tree. That's a cool."
Has is just. I mean, this confirms that Scruff wasn't hallucinating, and also that the legend that Kaza said is true. So that's two tales being confirmed.
Yeah.
Has is just rubbing his chin as he's observing this tree and the atmosphere around it that is obviously different from where they came from. And he's just like, wow, so it is real. It's amazing.
And a new voice filters in, one that you all can hear. Welcome. It is so nice to have you here. Or rather, moreover, guests in particular.
Quite the same voice as earlier, is it?
What was that, Scruff?
That was out of character. Did you? That's not quite the same voice as earlier, was it?
It is not. It
Oh.
seems slightly more
That's so
masculine.
While we're out of character, the moment you said welcome and then didn't say anything else, my brain immediately filled that in with to Jurassic Park.
Dinosaurs explode out from between the trees. God damn.
I mean, there's just tarantulas just come out of the tree.
Giant chomper.
Giant chomper. Yeah, Paz is just going.
Chomper, his final evolution.
Paz is just going to look around to see where the voice is coming from. Who's there?
No, in front of you.
I believe that's the tree. The forest.
Oh, the tree is talking? The tree is talking with us?
I am.
Hey.
Are you a Pokemon?
My apologies. I do not often leave this form. I should introduce myself more properly. I am Xerneas. Or rather, I am the child of Xerneas. I share my mother's species, however, but I am not the one.
Paz is going to rub his chin. The child of Xerneas, you say? Huh.
The rainbow antlers.
Should something befall her, and she is not able to resume her position, I would be her heir.
Is that so?
Yes, but that seems very unlikely. He doesn't know. How could he? He doesn't know.
I think he's laughing because he saw what I put in
Tree.
chat.
Yes.
That's why all I did was snort.
Yeah, I put something in chat.
Yeah.
Chat, he doesn't know.
I also when they said I am Xerneas, I had a moment of oh no.
Me too.
What did you put in chat?
Do you saw what Tal put in chat?
And the stream chat?
In the stream chat. However, I am Xerneas aggro. Well, I am her child and share her species less aggro.
No, that didn't turn up for me.
Oh.
Paz is going to rub his chin. If something were to happen to her, would you know that it did? If you are supposed to be her heir.
Well, I imagine her angels would seek me out.
Hmm. Paz is going to rub his his um his cheek for a moment and just approach approach Scruff and Kaza.
Yes.
Should we
I
talk
think we
this?
should. I think we should start with who introduced us. So
Yeah.
perhaps I should step forward and at least give us something of firm ground to stand on before we start spouting off
Yeah.
what we believe to be fact.
Yeah. Go ahead then.
All right, Scruff will shuffle forwards. You speak for the forest then?
I do. Or rather, I manage the forest.
Then I'd like to thank
Provide
you for
guidance.
I assume you were asked about me taking sap then. Then
I was.
I
Rather
thank you for your permission.
Of course. Rather, the forest allows me time to come to a determination.
So, Nargon sent us here. He said it would be important for us to meet.
Well, it is certainly pleasant, but I'm not exactly sure why we are having this meeting. Not that I do not welcome it.
To be fair, we would probably have had this conversation at some point. We would have made it here, but Hoopa brought us here a little earlier than may have happened on one of his. I believe what was he said? He said it were Hoopa Day, so he grabs a bunch of people and takes them on an adventure, type of deal.
And he ended up being
And
Prag into accepting to take us here.
No, he brought us here as part of his original thing, and then we wandered off, and then the other. Sorry, this bit is out of character. He was not dragged to bring us here. This was his original destination, and then the others demanded recompense for abducting them, and we wandered off from that point. So we're still at his original tourism destination.
Ah, you got split up then. I understand.
The others seem to have gone off with Hoopa to somewhere else, I suppose. They're not here, so.
Well,
Yeah.
Truthfully, I would be less inclined to meet with them.
Is that so? How come?
They seem unwelcoming, not terribly good company.
Well, the dark one with all the smoke around him is very accompanying when he's with his team. He don't much seem to care for anyone else. But he's not here at the moment. So.
Yeah, I think it might be for the best in that regard.
Oh, there was Sigmund too.
Oh, you are aware of Sigmund?
No, Kaza said that.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
And I think he saw Nerashi attacking Hoopa, so I can imagine he probably didn't want to meet.
And that's why I dragged you off with us and Snack Attack to go and have a wonderful little forest adventure.
To be fair, Nerashi's had a rough time recently.
True.
And then this happened.
Turned
That was
positive.
Honestly, yeah, I think Nerashi is actually having a decent time here.
More than she expected. Plus, she got to watch the Hoopa get absolutely fleeced.
That was very enjoyable.
Especially as his incredulity grew at Vane, just be like, how do you know about this?
It's one of those, is this cheating? This feels like cheating.
Feels
Hey,
like
he's
you
the one
have
who
a
set the
manual.
alternate conditions. Vane was more than willing just to tax him like a tiny bit of energy.
Hoopa is not really good at bargaining. He went for the big thing first.
Yes, but so they're not here at the moment, which is unfortunate because they tend to keep track of the facts quite clearly. But I have a feeling it was less what you could do for us and more what we could inform you about. That there might be the world's reasoning for why I should come have a word with you.
You know, Scruff, I think that actually makes a ton of sense.
Because for what it seems like, she can't do much actually interfering with the run-ins and the goings-on the mortal plane. She's too... I mean, she's the whole world.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like she's capable of communicating freely with others. But I think you're as far as I know, you're the only one that can do it, according to the other Vane.
Yay responsibility. But it might be more of a what information we could give to you, who is charged with managing the forest.
Do you get many visitors, Cernius?
I do not.
How often do people have people arrive at this location?
I would estimate I get 3 a year.
That is definitely not a lot. At least I hope those encounters were pleasant.
Oh yes, quite. I have learned a lot on how I should be conducting myself.
Oh, and how is that, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, actually, that was a long time ago. But I have little disagreements with how I should be conducting myself.
Do you mind me asking how do you mean by that?
Well, a Xerneas is a life Pokemon at their essence. In essence, we are to provide life to the world. In so doing, we can assume this tree form to distribute life into the world. And it is the act of giving, for the sake of giving, that helps, well, us flourish. Kaza nods. I was about to ask about that. In the legends, Xerneas's tree doesn't have leaves. Or, so I was wondering why yours does. Does she not? Curious. It is the act of giving for the sake of giving that would allow one of my kind to flourish properly. If she doesn't have leaves, then I...
The act of giving for the sake of giving is what allow your kind is what allow your kind to develop properly. That's what you said?
It allows us to flourish.
Flourish properly. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Hmm.
If she doesn't
And
have leaves, then I imagine she's martyring herself.
What was that?
If she doesn't have leaves, I can't imagine what's going on. Is she martyring herself?
What is that last word? Martyring.
Sacrificing yourself and becoming something of an icon for it. Giving
Okay.
yourself wholly for a cause, but even then, if she should have leaves.
As is going to rub his chin. Who were the people that told you about how your species flourishes properly?
Oh, they were from a very long time ago. Let's see if I can remember.
I do
was a
hate
very
to interrupt, but we got like 10 minutes before we have to end.
Yeah, fair.
It was a very friendly pink person with a forked tail.
Pink person with a forked tail?
Hey, Nerashi knows this one. Too bad she's not here.
As Kaza offers Kalti? Is that their name? I don't remember. But they were very friendly.
Did they have a whatchamacallit, a gear on their forehead?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what a gear is.
Did they have something on their forehead, like a gem or anything?
They did.
Scruff's gonna pause a moment. I could sketch it in the dirt. I know Scruff's just gonna use Shadow Claw to draw a gear symbol in the dirt, in front of the aspect of Xerneas. The tree
looks correct.
Would you happen to know how long ago this was?
Many moon cycles.
Ooh.
Moon cycles. And I'm not familiar to how read that measurement of time. Are you?
That would be a month, right? Out of character. That's a month, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like 28 days technically, I think so.
Fair.
My brain was like moon cycles. The word cycle was throwing me off there. I was trying to.
It's a bit off of a month, so they're out of sync with months.
Yeah, it's not exactly 28 days, but it's like about every 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Cool. I'm not stupid.
Okay. And well, Paz doesn't actually know, so I'm going to go ahead and ask if anybody knows what a moon cycle is.
Scruff casually raises a Shadow Claw.
Oh.
Hey, it's what do you mean? What's it? It's how you tell the time. It's how you tell the passage of the long seasons.
Paz blinks.
It's almost 30 days.
I mean 30 days is around a month, so I guess that makes sense. I just never heard being referred to as a moon cycle. What's a month?
Yeah.
Is that what you just asked, Scruff?
I know moon cycles. I know day and night. And then we've got the seasons. And then we got the winters. What's a month?
Paz is just going to look at Team Snack Attack and Kaza. We measure time by month in this world, right?
We do, but I guess they haven't had a lot of interactions. Plus, seasons don't really come to Eden. It's kind of just perpetually... Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure because I seem to remember the concept of months and I wanted to make sure that this world follows them. So, Scruff, you seem to be the odd one out here.
Well, I mean, technically we're all the odd one out here, but...
You know what I mean.
We've got day, we've got night, and then we have the lunar cycles, and those take roughly 30 days and nights to cycle through, and then we got the seasons. You know, the bitter cold, the cold, the slightly damper cold, the dry cold, and then we've got winter, and winter resets the cycle all over again.
I don't catch it for a moment. Nowhere there was summer mentioned, was there?
No.
Honestly, I'm
no,
surprised Scruff didn't refer to it as Taurus season.
No, in nowhere that was spring or autumn mentioned either.
Paz is going to just raise one of his eyebrows and just say, "Are you familiar with the words summer, winter, summer, spring, and autumn?"
Scruff has just kind of stares off into the distance for a moment, like genuinely thinking. Possibly, like maybe in the outer lands, like.
Oh,
but like
you just lived your whole life in a location where it was just winter, didn't you?
The mountain.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It weren't always winter. Winter's the long, really dark, really cold time. So I mean, sometimes it can last a couple of cycles. Other times it could last 9 or 10 cycles. It's a whole thing all by itself.
Okay, Scruff, this is fascinating. I think I'd love to talk more to you about this stuff that I don't know about your world and that you don't know about this world. But I think we got a little bit sidetracked.
And I think we will be picking it up from here next time.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Take it away, Zim.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today for Lost in Chaos Scar. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by, hanging out, picking up packs of cards to stream loots, using our Humble Bundle partner link, or you can help out by commissioning one of the artists that I manage for. Their details are at zgf.art. But for now, thank you so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Later.
Thank you for coming by.